Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third day of PerlKohaCon 2023. I hope you have slept well. And we start right away with a presentation from Veli-Matti Häkkinen. I know Veli-Matti's work very well because we work in the same open consortium, and I would like to boast the great spirit and the amount of collaboration we have among the Koha libraries. So it is an investment of time and effort, but I think it has been very fruitful and make our product even better. But Veli-Matti, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. As said, my name is Veli-Matti Häkkinen, and I work as a software designer at the Open Science Center of the University of Jyväskylä. And today I am going to talk about a couple of applications that are based on Koha REST API which we have developed. At first, couple of slides about my organization. University of Jyväskylä is a multidisciplinary university that is located in Jyväskylä in central Finland. We have our roots back in history. Teacher seminary started in 1863, and we are direct descendant of that. Here's more facts and figures about our university. And then Open Science Center, OSC, is a coalition of the Jyväskylä University Library and the University Museum. Among other things, we promote open science practices, and we have large collections that ranges from plant and animal specimens to cultural historical artifacts and pre-Gutenberg books to modern e-books and e-journals. And we are also one of the Finnish libraries that have a legal deposit collection. We have about 1.5 million items, for example, in Koha. Then about my team, I work in OSC development and system support team. We do development around and between our own core systems, and we do development utilizing APIs. We retrieve data on another our system, and so on. For those who don't know what an API stands or the REST API means, here are definitions according to English Wikipedia, but if we keep this simple, it's just API, it's just programs talk with each other and exchange information, and in REST API, the things are done over the internet. And here are the applications, what we have done. First, there's a mobile library card for MyU mobile app. Then there's a bulk mark record importer, and then a script that writes of expired files. MyU is a mobile app for students, and that is also available for staff members. Students have their daily schedules there. There's menus of the campus restaurants, campus maps, and etc. It is developed in our university by university's digital services, and we have developed a connection to Koha. So it now can be used as a library card. Now, students and staff members can register themselves as new patrons if they are not already our patrons. And the program checks using the Finnish personal identification number whether an existing account be found. And if there already is an account, it retrieves the existing library card barcode and creates a new account. Then there's a Markeria bulk mark record importer. In previous library system, we used a use markup program, a rule-based mark record manipulation program. We run it in server-side script, which as a part of server-side script, which imported mark records to the library system. And now we developed something similar that does things even better. We combined a web interface with the use markup and added a functionality that imports converted mark records into Koha via REST API. In web interface, you just upload a file, then you choose the conversion rule set which is to be used, and then you transfer, you convert the records by pushing a button. And here you can see 9 records are converted, no errors, and you can just import records to the Koha just pushing a button. And then there's a script that writes of expired fines. Expired payments are not eligible for collection, so we have to remove them. Previously, the payments were manually removed based on a Koha report. Now we have a script that handles the removal of payments daily. Conclusion, if we have a good functional and comprehensive API, we can streamline workflows and develop new functionalities outside the library system. And the software development can be done using which program language you prefer, which expands the the available experts that are available. This is very short, but now you have time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm Asko Autio from Turku City Library. I have a question about my Jyväskylä card, the electronic library card. Is it using only code 39 barcodes, or is there any RFID functionality? Or?
There's a barcode. It generates a barcode if it doesn't exist already in the library system. It creates a barcode automatically. We are using barcodes, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Anyone else?
Can you tell us a bit about the major problems you found when integrating with APIs of Koha?
For example, there was the Finnish identification number is stored as extensive attribute in Koha, and there was no functionality in REST API to search it extensive attributes. So we have to make a workaround how to get and how that was one of the problems.
Well, I actually wanted to ask the same question. So, but if you extend Koha to support new API routes, do you modify the source, or do you use Koha plugins?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry. I was kind of I wanted to ask the same question, but what interests me now is if you introduce new API routes into Koha, do you use do you modify the source of Koha, or do you use Koha plugins to?
We don't want to touch Koha.
Okay, that's smart. All right. Yeah. Well, that clears it up.
I just want to ask, these APIs which you are using, is it that internal, whether there is some documentation link where if anyone want to use it can refer?
You are talking about Koha REST API documentation, or?
Okay, you are saying that is the open source, that all the API documentation is already there?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. It is not that something internally your team has also built during the implementation?
I'm sorry, but I have a hearing problem.
So all the APIs are in the Koha? All the APIs are in the Koha, and you have used all those APIs only, not any internally your team has built during the implementation?
Only Koha REST API.
Okay, it was
these cases. In these cases, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thanks again for the presentation. Is any of the source code available somewhere?
I didn't hear, sorry.
Is the code available anywhere that we can?
Not at this moment yet.
Any plan?
Yes, maybe in the future. We have to check if there is something which we have to do.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. And one question about development and where do you get these needs and ideas? How is the dialogue between the users and developers done in your library? Are there any structures for that, or is it in a coffee room where you meet? And who is the strongest and loudest gets their will through, or how is it?
We have a work group that is basically in the chief level, they decide which ideas are going to be developed further. And we are a small organization and we are very flexible.
But where do you get the ideas?
From the staff and from our own heads too, that things could be done differently. Because we know quite well how a library works and how the library system works. And I've been in this business about more than 20 years, and now I know how library systems work, how our workflows works. So from that, for example.
Any questions? Looks like
Okay, so just to clarify, so is this like expired fees script?
Yep.
Can you share that script, or is it also classified?
I think no, it is not, but it requires its environment where to run. We run things in Docker containers if you have a place where to run it then, so.
Not yet, but maybe you organize that. Thanks.
I guess there's no more questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I think we can continue with the program. And our next speaker is Mr. Muaz El Sheikh from the Security University from Saudi Arabia. So that sounds very interesting. Please.
Hi, everybody. First of all, I would like to say thank you for coming to attending this presentation. We will talk about the challenges facing Arab library in implementing and using Koha. First of all, I will introduce myself. I am Muaz Sheikh. I am head of Library Technology Department at the Naif University, Naif Arab University for Security Studies, that located in the Saudi Arabia. So I am Sudanese, but I am working in Saudi Arabia. I have IT background. I have a BCC in information technology. Also, I work with Koha as administrator since 2010. That's who I am. We need to talk about the challenges facing Arab library in implementing Koha, and the session identifies the problem and challenges facing Arab library in applying and operating the Koha system, as well as the not using of all service and subsystem in the Koha. The Koha will start in Arab world, beginning of the year 2002. This early time. This came after testing many different high costly and commercial system offered by some company in our area. Many of library in Arab country which did not find a sufficient support for the commercial program, we went to search for the alternative software that meet it needs, and finally we found that Koha system could be the ultimate solution, provide distinguished service to the researcher and the library imposed area, and the Koha system meet most their needs in managing academic library and public library. Especially after release a first Koha version that supported Arabic, we find finally the ultimate software in 2002. Many of the library in various Arab country try to installing Koha and testing Koha system. So the number of installation has grown exponentially, but most of library faced many a problem during this installation. During this installation and to applying system, and most of library using the Koha, installing the Koha, they not continue to using it because the challenges that we are trying to speaking for it. Here is some statistic for Koha installation around the Arab world country. This is just a statistic. We find the UAE, United Arab Emirates, they have 11 installation inside the country. Jordan, they have 8. Bahrain, they have 2. Algeria, maybe they have 1. Saudi Arabia, they have 98 installation for Koha. That because the government, they work with school library in the country to guide him to install the Koha in all school library inside the Saudi Arabia. This is a big project in Saudi Arabia. We hope it will go well and finish soon, and we hope also it is continue to using that application. In Sudan, that country where I am from, we have 28 installation for the Koha, That because in the early of 2005, they have some project funded by UNESCO in Sudan to training and build some infrastructure to let university using Koha in Sudan. So that project was successfully from the beginning to install maybe at least 5 big university in Sudan are using Koha, and then the other universities, they follow this project. Iraq also, they have 28 installation. Kuwait, they have 1. Tunisia, they have 2. Oman, they have 13. Syria, they have 21. Egypt, they have 18 installation also. What I am saying, this a part of some statistic. It's not accurate statistic. So we can find here the map of the libraries that using Koha around the world. So we found the very big gap between the Arab area that containing here in Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Sudan, and the other country. So they have a minimum number of installation than the Europe area, and that we hope that map change in the future. For us, they have a lot of challenges facing that, but we assume that a winner is a dreamer who never gave up. So we will try until Koha installing at the all and the most of library around the Arab world. That now we are talking about these challenges for that. The main challenges for my point of view, the main reason the scarcity of the programmers specialized in installing, developing, and operating the Koha system in the Arab world. That because the lack of knowledge of the field and the lack of information available about them, about the technology and program used in libraries. So the librarian, they use very difficult terms. So I remember first time when I am hearing about Koha, in some interview, the interviewer librarian, he asked me, do you know Koha? So I am shocked. What is K-O-H-A, this phrase? So, my answer that when is it software? So I can manage. So it's the first time that I hear Koha, and I am here now. Commercial software and company. Many of company in Arab country start to utilize Koha to installing and to get a quick benefit from Koha around the Arab world, that without take care from the Arab users, just to install the Koha and run as it is. They don't care about developing Koha and something. The other things, it's very important, the Koha Arabic translation. Koha team, they do great effort in translation Arabic, and we will appreciate that. However, the translation of all interface, menu, and option has not been completed yet. So this is a big problem that we are facing, because especially in the staff interface and on the how to setting Koha, they find a lot of word and term we cannot understand it. The other things is the opaque searching in Arabic. The opaque searching in Arabic is still not accurate, and he did not give you the full result. So we know this is a problem for the old search engine inside the world, even Google, they have not full utilization for the Arabic, but we hope to do better thing to regard this the opaque search in Arabic. So this is the main reason for using Koha to provide the resources to the researcher. First, other things is the opaque and staff user interface. Opaque user interface, so I think we have a lot of things to do in opaque user interface to be like the other software. So we assume that the opaque user interface did not or not fully friendly or with the user to guide him to the search result that he want. Other things, the technical support and development. Many Arab countries, after installation the Koha, did not continue to use system because we need qualified specialists to provide technical support for the system. This is a main problem or challenges that we are facing. So the any installation of Koha they have might be most than 2 years and will stop after first real problem in the system. Also, training and knowledge transfer. I think this is the main. This is the main problem for in our side. So we cannot find any training material that using Koha. Just we try to searching in the internet. There is a big gap between the programmer interested in the Koha system in the Arab countries and the main Koha community. So I am alone here. There is no one know about maybe this conference, and the programmer who interested in the Koha, he just going to administrate Koha and install the Koha and run. So there is no central organization reference for the training and consultation in any of the other Arab country related to the Koha system. Suggestion and recommendation. Finally, we have some suggestion and recommendation to manage that challenges. First of one, we are talking about reviewing the training material and technical infrastructure and instruction in Arabic and reformulate them and complete the incomplete translation to include all the subsystem and all the area of the staff interface. Second thing, we were working on developing interface and building a new themes that support RTL and support Arabic interface that more professional. Other things, we must building a professional forum or community for user in the Arab world, discussing technical problems that the Arab environment under the supervision of the main community of the Koha. This is very important. We have some pages in support Koha in Facebook and Twitter, so this is not professional, and we cannot find the solution inside it. The training training a number of programmers and involving them in the stage of at least testing the new version. So it is very recommended to take the point of view of the Arab person inside the version. So the testing might be in the, we appreciate that in the last Koha version, they have managed a lot of, do a lot of things in the RTL support. So when the Arab guy involved in this stage, it is very important. Last of things, it's important things, it is adopting a specific person or organization to be responsible for the Koha and to be the reference in the Arab country, to be a link between Arab Koha users and the main Koha community. So all that, the challenges facing Arab library in implementing Koha, and this is our planet OBAC that we are developing in our library, so it will be soon online. We try to make section, a lot of section of Koha that present the library in the good reputation. So the last release it or for the Koha. There's a footer. We try to do something to help the researcher in the system. So that's all. Thank you for listening, and if you have any question, I will answer it. Thank you.
If no questions from the room, I can append from myself. We already talked with you, Moaz, about this. I will be organizing that Ukrainian group and work to expand and do something extra for Koha to expand. I see opportunity for us, for Koha and Perl community, to expand further and give not just help, but get also support and resources from your area. It will help for Koha and Perl community to survive. I want to expand our number of hands, brains included, and train new ones. So I see opportunity to do these expansions, and you already confirmed there is it. So I would say I'm joining you for this initiative with all other we had, and I will be helping, covering my connections, and I already have some blessings from people here on your directions as well. So that's my.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We will work together as soon to achieve our goals.
I have some questions to expand on the challenges that you outlined. What's the main problem with using the community resources that already exist on the internet? Is it like the language barrier? Is English just too different from Arabic so that you can't really get anything useful out of it, or is that a problem?
The problem, it's very difficult. All the programmer almost they know English well, so sometimes we are facing a problem, and sometimes did not get the main point for even the documentation or the training.
Okay. Well, I see a huge opportunity for you and your colleagues in, Saudi Arabia or all of the Arab world, just to insert yourselves in the community. Just get on IRC, get in contact with us, talk with us. We will try to onboard you as best we can, and we are always very interested in all the problems that parts of the world face that we are not very deeply in contact with. For example, the Arab world, and I think if you want to move this forward, it's very important that you take the initiative and try to build a standing with the community, and also provide testers is always very welcome for new releases. So it's kind of give and take, you know. Koha, give something back. If you give something back, we are very welcoming, and we will support you as best we can.
Yeah, for that reason I am here. So you must give me your number. I will contact you as soon as possible. Thank you.
What's the role of the Koha main users in your library? I mean, like librarians who are also doing the library work, but also know something about Koha settings and such. Yes, in Finland we found that it's quite fruitful to have good main librarians who can communicate with the developers.
Yeah, the library, I think the menus, the inside the staff interface did not complete it. So even it's written in English, but it used a very difficult term, like if I search about OBAC main user block, it is not understandable for me. It's just to say OBAC stuff or OBAC main homepage. That is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, to the benefit for those who perhaps are joining us from the other sessions and those online. So let's keep the timetable so that we only started this next at 10 sharp. So a little break. Okay, let's take a 2 minutes head start. So Gladys Catalan can start the presentation.
Hey, hi, bonjour. It's okay, you can hear me? Great. So I'm here to talk about pages, but in fact it's a little more than this because I will talk you about HTML customizations too. In fact, I thought I have 20 minutes and I realized I have 30 minutes, so I extend a little bit my talk. So, where am I? I'm Gladys Catalan. I work in Biblib. You heard it before because there's my colleague that they are here and talk before. So it's a French company in Marseille, as you can see in the picture. And in the company, I promote Koha, and myself, I'm very interested in web interfaces and travels, so you can see it on my slides, and all the photographs are mine. So you can use it, share it. So, HTML customizations, it's a feature that become in Koha version 21.11. And it introduces HTML as a separate feature from news to manage opaque content. So it's not just really new, but it's a new way to manage it and to, how can I say that? To have all the tools for the opaque in the same screen. The pages, that's a Catalyst Koha team that developed it for Koha 22.11. If I say some wrong things, tell me. It was with sponsorship from Region Island in Sweden, Australia, and New Zealand. And as I don't want to say the words not in the right way, I'll let you read it. So, what I want to share is not really how to manage and use HTML customizations and pages, but more because when I was in Swedish in March, I say to the Sweden people, I was invited at the Swedish group meeting, the Koha Swedish group meeting, and there were workshops. And as I say, I'm very interested in HTML interface, in web interface, and I have the idea to work to test the pages and the HTML customization. So I asked the people who were there, and I realized that people don't know these tools really. So that make the idea that I have to test it, and that was the idea for the talk today, and I want to share this with you. So I'll show you the screens and the tools, so how we can do it, but I really want to share with you some ideas on why should you use it, why it could be a great thing for your OPAC and for your customers that you use it. So maybe tomorrow in the workshops, for people that want to test and to use it, we can have a workshop on it too, and we can share with some people that use it already and have other ideas. So for the HTML customizations, some ideas is to use the OPAC custom search to replace Koha search with discovery tools, maybe. Or a message in case of prolonged closure if you don't want people to use the catalog because it is not useful. you can replace the search box with a text. It's an idea. So I escape from a presentation and I go to Koha interface. So I have my Koha. I must share my internet. Yeah. Sorry. So, when I go to Koha, I can go to Tools, and I'll see HTML customizations. So I have made some examples that are already ready to show you. And as you can see, we have filter because one of the great things is that we can go to content just by the filter, and we can have a filter by library too. That means that we can have a different information, different text for a library and another. So that's a good feature. And we can show expired. That means that we can have text that will be just for a moment. As I say, the library is closed. We don't want to show the search bar, and we made a text, but it's for time, and we know we don't. We want to see the custom search in September, maybe September the 1st. So, as I say. I take my slide to see the one I want to present. The opaque custom search here. So as you can see, it's expired because I don't want to show it in the first time. So if I go to my opaque, I have the Koha search, bar search. And if I edit, so I ask that I don't want to see it until August. What I do is that I take the search of Lyon 3, BU, was there, Sonia. So I just take the code, the HTML code that was given by a librarian or informatic or my provider. And what a thing we can do is that we can go to source code in the HTML customization, so we can input some HTML code. So I'm not a developer, I'm not a code expert. It's just easy, I just take the code and just paste it. That's all. And as now I say there's no expiration, I will save it. And it replaces my Koha search with the search of University Lyon 3 with a discovery tool. So I use, in this case, I just use Koha for the account for my customers, but the search is another search. That's an idea. And as I say, if I want to replace just by text, I put a text in the custom search, and I can use these tools to make just text, italic, bold, what I want. Easy. And I could make pictures too. I show you in some other examples. That's not new, but as we have with the news, if I have more than one text, I can just manage the position. So I don't want to show it again. The expiration dates are good tools just to test too. So, another example. Oh, sorry, I'm not in. I go to the. Just we can use opaque header. This time not to change the church, but not to replace the church. Sorry, but to add another search. We can have a service message. So if I go to a opaque header, we can have information, as I say, for all libraries or only for some libraries. That means that when the customer log in, he will have the information because he's in this library. That's the way it works. And as my opaque is in two languages, English and French, you see the precedent, the previous examples, it was in default. So that means that my search bar was in French and in English. Anyway, but if I want to have a different text in English and in French, I can use the translation. So that's what I do here. I wanted to say to my customers that we have automatic clone machines. That's a new service. So I have a text in English and I have the text in French. What I do in the English text too is that there's a link, and the link can, when I click on the link, sorry, I am on the pages. So that's the second part of my presentation. But just for the text, as you can see, I'm in English. I have my text here with a picture, it would be a picture, and just a little icon. And if I go to the French, yeah, that switch. Another content that could be interesting, I think, is about opaque library info. So the idea is maybe, yes, we have open hours that are in Koha, but some libraries use some softwares that tell the open hours. So we can add it in the opaque. So that's the same way as for the opaque search. I just use, oh, sorry, view, a source code from, it's like a widget. You know what I mean when I say widget? Just use HTML code from another software on the web interface, and I paste it here. So if I go on my opaque, and I can see, or I switch in English, the libraries. So that's a page you know, it's an automatic one with libraries. And if I click on one, then I can see open hours from another software. Another example, if I go, so yes, it's the Pages examples. In Pages examples, we can use it so page, it's a way to add text, images, one page, and we can use the HTML customization opaque more searches to have a link in the menu to the page that I made. So I go to my content. Right, so I make 2 pages because I wanted one in French and one in English. Oh no, sorry, I made a page for numeric resource and a page for loans and automatic loans, and 2 are in the 2 language. So for automatic loans, I just put a video for helping customers to use it. And what I do is that I just use the opaque header that I show you before, and I just make a link to my pages. So that's not in the menu, it's just in the opaque header. It's one place I can use to make some links. And if I want to extend the menu, then I can use in the HTML customization, you can see I have a page that's named numeric resources. I can edit it, just you can see that I have it in English. So I made just some images. I pasted from a French library again. And in French. And what I want to do is to go to the HTML customizations and use opaque more searches. So what I do in English and in French, I just put some text. I have a, I don't know the word in English, bar, no, yes, yeah. And I make a link to my page in English and to my page on digital resource and other things. So, as you can see, I have extended the menu, so I can go to digital resource and see it. And how we can make the link, it's just because if I edit the link, you can see I have a code page, and I found it. I go back to the tools. When I use pages, I can edit, and I see the here, but more easier, I have a preview content. And I can have a preview for the default or current language. So I have the page URL, and if I want to go to the default one, I can see it, and I just have to copy, to paste it to my link. So there are just some ideas, but I know that in public libraries and academic ones, you have digital resources, and it's something we are asking in BibLibre what can I do to promote my digital resource in the OPAC? And I think it's great to have pages and have menu, and not for the customers, the users, not to have all in the in the first page. So others, there's nothing. It's just so yeah. It's more usable. We talk about user experience, and I think it's a great features to have pages and to be able to extend the menu. It's very good thing, and thank you to the community for that, because we are very happy with it. And if you want to read more, I have some sort of link I found on internet, so Catalyst into search and Monday Minutes, my favorites too. Thank you for this video too. And thanks.
Thank you, Gladys. Do we have questions? Yes?
Not him.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. First, thank you very much for your presentation. I feel that Bokeh is actually at great risk now. My job being, oops. Okay, so a couple of questions, but maybe the community can answer. Is there any way to provide some kind of short URLs, for example, for digital resources pages that you showed, something like Koha's domain name / digital resources? That would be super cool.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do it. It's yeah, the example. And I didn't tell it, I go too fast, but as I said, my talk is only because on OPAC, but as Kelly and Jesse tell that, it's for the staff too. So it's very great. You can extend the menu too for links, so maybe for documentation or for the staff to have more resources. So yeah, you can have a lot of links in these pages. Or direct links, you can do just in the menu, extend, and maybe if you want to share the website of the university of the town, you can have a direct link to it.
And second question is, what about indexing of the pages by other search engines like Google web crawlers? Do the pages that you provide appear on some sitemap thing? Is there a way that you can unindex pages, like saying, I don't want these pages to be indexed by Google or something?
I know, yeah.
Not automatically. They will be in the sitemap, but you'll have to change the robots.txt file yourself. It doesn't do it automatically.
It would be cool.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Coffee time.
Yes. We actually don't use the OPAC for the general public, but I was thinking about possibilities for staff too. So staff very often needs some extra help, and we have it's somewhere now, but we could think about exploiting these possibilities.
Is there anything missing with the pages feature? Anything that you would like to be added, you know?
For me, it's okay for now. No, maybe it must be easier for the menu, because as you see, I just put text and a link, and maybe we can have something more useful, just a list that show all the pages that are created in the back office, and so you just have to have a text and a link. Yeah.
I will also answer
Write
this
it.
question. Maybe an option to be able to see content for logged in user and not displaying it when the people are not logged in.
Ah, yeah. Good.
There is actually a couple of patches waiting in the queue. It's waiting for QA. It's going to improve the code because the code is quite dirty. This area are going to split the two tables in database to put the translation in a separate table, and then other enhancements are going to arrive soon, maybe next year.
Suggestion.
Anyone else? If not, thank you very much. And then next, I think we have the coffee break.
Yep. Ready? Yes. Brandon is still talking, so waiting for him. Hello, everybody. I will present you a work I've started last month. When I first suggested this talk in April, I have no idea what I was going to present, but I think I've come up with something that can be used as a working base. It's about screenshot and the manual. For those who don't know me, I'm Jonathan Druer, à Kajubi on IRC. I've been working on Koha since 2010. I first started at BibLibre, and I'm now self-employed. I am sponsored by 3 companies providing Koha support to library, BibLibre, Bywater Solutions, and PTFS Europe. I will start with a video, then I will try to explain what it means. If you are epileptic, you should close your eyes for 2 minutes. Okay. So, how was it? So basically it was a script, actually 5 scripts, that are interacting with the staff interface of Koha, and they generated 6 screenshots. Screenshot we use in the manual. I think we should have a script to generate the screenshot of the manual automatically. Why that? Because the screenshot of the manual... Ouais, comme ça? Because the screenshot of the manual are obsolete. They are obsolete in the sense that they do not show the last version of the interface of Koha, because they have been generated a long time ago. And this is particularly true with the new design we introduced in 2211. We have more than 1,600 screenshots, so we don't want to do that manually. And even if we do, they will be obsolete in 2 years anyway. So what we need is a tool that will keep them up to date. It also means that we will be able to have a translated version of the screenshot for the different languages. So for instance, the Spanish people will have their manual in Spanish with the screenshot in Spanish. It can also help to catch bugs. So if we have a script that is expecting an element in the page and that the element is not there, the script will fail. And so it can catch possible regressions. Can be good or bad, we will see that later. So it's a huge task, but we need to do it only one time. There are different ways to do that, but I will present you one of them. So relying on automated code makes things hard to maintain, and it's not robust. We could develop that, make it writing the code manually, but it limits who can help. We want a mix of both, so that everybody can help, librarians and developers. At the end, we will have scripts that will generate screenshots, and those scripts can be generated by a tool or by developers. Non-technical people could use a tool, and developers clean the generated code, because we don't want to deal with the code generated by a software, because it's always bad and hard to maintain. And this is where Cypress is involved. So Cypress is an end-to-end testing framework. It's what you saw in the video. It's a tool we are already using in Koha to test the new ERM module. We are using it to test the interface and make sure there is no regression. For instance, you are filling in a form to create a patron, you save the form, and on the next view, you are expecting to see the same data we entered previously. So it basically interacts with Koha using a browser and simulating the input on the keyboard or the mouse of a regular user. Cypress Studio is a component of Cypress. It provides a visual way to generate Cypress tests, code that can be run using Cypress. It will record interaction. So basically, you open the software, you click Start Recording. It will show, no, you open the software, it will show you the interface of Koha. You click Recording, you do some interaction in the software, you stop the recording, and the code will be generated. I have identified different steps. The first one is to list the different screenshots, so the 1,600 screenshots. Then we will need to group them depending on the difficulty to generate them. I said easy, medium, hard, can be more. After that, we need to add some information about how a screenshot can be generated. It can be an easy one, so we just need to go on a specific page, screenshot a specific element, given their class or their ID. If it's a medium one, we need the same as the easy ones, but also describe what needs to be done first. So for instance, we need to set some syspref, circulation rules, stuff like that. And finally, for the hard ones, we also need to define existing data. So for instance, we need a patron with the 42 euros fines. The max outstanding syspref is 10. You do a checkout, and you are expecting a pop-up, an alert. The next step would be to implement that programmatically. So first version could be generated by using Cypress Studio, and then developer will clean this code, because again, we really do not want to deal with the generated code. It's dirty. And the good thing is that anybody can help. Listing the screenshots is 2 minutes. For a developer, this is easy to do. Then the estimation and adding information, anybody with a bit of Koha knowledge can do that. Using Cypress Studio, you need to be motivated, but it can be also anybody. And finally, cleaning the code, it's a developer or if you are very, very motivated. I'm going to show some examples. So the 6 screenshots you saw in the video, they have been generated using Cypress Studio with some manual adjustment. The first one is an image that is called Pref Search. It contains this box. You can see the image on the left. That's the image from in the manual currently. And the two on the right, one from the English non-translated interface and one using the Spanish interface. So it's an easy one. You just need to go to the administration homepage, you capture, you screenshot the field set, and that's it. But SalPress Studio decided to catch the field set. So the selector is just screenshot the field set. It's not robust because if in a later version we add another field set in the page, the test will fail. So developer will know that. So we need a specific selector for this field set. Another example is new library. So SalPress Studio decided to take the first field set. There are other field sets in the page, but it decided to pick the first one. So still we are missing a proper selector, but also we are missing the differences between the two images, that we don't have a new library, which is a title, and we don't manage, I didn't manage to screenshot two elements. So I can just pick one, and here we would like to have two. So either we need to group the two elements in a different container, or we need to find a way to screenshot two elements. So that one seems easy at first, but it's not at all for the same reason. We want to screenshot the header, but there are 3 elements, and we cannot screenshot 3 elements. So what I did is a trick to remove the content of the page and screenshot the whole page. So it still needs a bit of adjustment because we have too many blank at the bottom. Next one has a very long name, allows staff to set visibility for grantor. So those are the names we use currently in the manual. It's a medium one because we need to set the syspref first. But that's an easy medium one. We simply need to edit a patron in the child category and capture a specific element with an ID. I think the new image is better because we are only displaying the information we need. On the left, there are many things you don't really know where to look at. Another one that seems easy at first, but it's not. We simply want to capture the list of libraries, but this table is loaded after the REST API request, and so the table is displayed after that the page has loaded. So if you go to the library list and then screenshot, it won't work. It will be blank. So we need to tell SalPress to wait for the AJAX request before taking the screenshot. So this is certainly a trick we will have to use in different places. So this is an hard one because we need to set the syspref, create some data, like create a manual invoice, do a checkout, and then we screenshot the confirmation box. Another hard but harder, we want to set a syspref, do a checkout, a check-in, and then check out again the same item to see this confirmation box. But we need to make sure the old issues table does not already contain the checkout, or the script will fail on the second run because it already exists. That's clear? Yeah. There are questions that need answer. This is still a work in progress. Actually, didn't start yet, so it needs to be coordinated and started. We need to know if people are willing to help and to be involved and how they're willing to help. We could start with the easy ones first and then see how it goes. Should we reuse the existing names or take this opportunity to rename the screenshot? To make things consistent, we should certainly use the same data for all screenshots. So using the same patron, the same bibliographical record. We need to agree on a set of data to use, I think. We could also use different patron names per language. For instance, Smith for the US, Dupont for French, Perez for Spanish. I don't know in Finnish if you have one, but we need to know when we generate the screenshot either every month or right before the release? Who is going to catch for bugs in the screenshot? Maybe we can have a test that compare the screenshot before and after and raise an alert if there are too many differences with the previous one. I have no idea how to do that. But yesterday I've talked with a couple of you, and maybe we could simply, well, I'm not sure if it's simply, but retrieve the text from the image and then just compare the text. What are we doing with false positive? We also need to decide where do we put the code, either in Koha or in the manual along with the images, or in a totally different repository. So I can show the demo again if I have time. I think I have some time. Or maybe question and then I see the demo again. Just want to show this one. So this is on the left the code generated by Cypress Studio, and then when I've cleaned it, so you can see that it's using some selectors that are not really robust. So do you have questions first? Then I will maybe show you the video again. Yep, you need the microphone.
Okay. Okay, on the slide you just showed with the two versions of Cypress, are you doing the SQL query directly from?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's faster.
Okay, so this it's directly connected to the database?
Yes.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I've done a bit of regression testing of screenshots, and I found a sensible approach was to have a very bare bones graphical theme that has basically very little colors, very little CSS, so that I can test the functionality and then compare, does the field have the correct translation and whatever. Have you considered that, or is it mostly to get good screenshots for the website, for your documentation?
What's the question exactly?
My question is, yeah, how do you deal with CSS changes?
Yeah, that when we compare the screenshot for regression, that's it. Yeah, no, I don't know.
Okay.
That's why I want to extract the text and not compare the screenshot. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I'm sorry, I have no solution for that problem, and I'm looking if anybody has a solution for that.
No, we don't want to compare the screenshot. We need at least some percentage differences or stuff like that. So it feels easier to OCR the image, retrieve the text, but the text could change and it's expected. So we will have false positive for sure.
Maybe you show it. Sorry if I ask the question, but does it handle drop-down list?
Yes, why not?
Yeah. No, because sometimes we have screenshots tools that when you make a screenshot, the drop-down is closed. So I ask for it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's open. It makes the screenshot with the drop-down list open.
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, we test that. Thank you.
Might be tricky. Yes.
So just to answer Gladys, I think with Cypress you can simulate, emulate, whatever, like mouse click and mouse over events. So I guess you could take those kind of screenshots. Also, my question is like.
Yeah, but to screenshot you need to pass the selector. So what the selector of the
drop down
of the drop-down list when it's open. I don't know.
Also, like, do you think it would be doable, feasible to, how can I say that, to combine the Perl test environment and Cypress scripts, because then you can use like setup and tear downs to make some data with Perl data, for example, add a new patron, add a new category or anything, without having to click on so many buttons with Cypress, and then just do the screenshot with Cypress, and then do the let's say data cleaning for getting the database ready for the next test with Perl as well.
Yeah, we need to use the sample data we have in Koha already, and we could have more data. That was I was saying with the new patron. So we could either inject more data before running the screenshot script, or improve the data we have in Koha. Yes.
Hi, I have two questions. One of them is how does it work with right to left languages?
With what?
Does it work?
Yes, I guess so. Why not?
Excellent. And the other one is, have you tried running this for all the languages and see what the results are?
That's why I put the Spanish one. Yes, it's working.
Okay. So do you think we could generate them all and have the...
That's the idea, yes.
Okay. Have people detect the problems and the developers fix? That's the workflow you are proposing? Maybe you already said that, but
no, we could catch regression, we could catch problem from the PO files as well, because if Spanish guy just missed something in the translation, it will break the UI, and so the script will explode. In the best case. In the worst case, the script will not explode and you will have a wrong screenshot. And how do we deal with that? I don't know.
Okay, but we need
That's
to come
why
up
we
with
need
the work.
something, a post-processing script to catch mistakes. Because we don't want to view the 1,600 screenshots per language, and we have at least 10 languages. So.
Okay.
So I think currently we can specify if the tests run on a separate database, like the unit tests. So could we develop a different database that is just for the manual, like have a sample data for that?
Depends on where we put the code, if we have it in Koha or not.
And the second question was just that this is, well, I guess this implies that we'll need new coding guidelines likely for when adding elements to the screen, because we'll want them to be manually capturable. So we'll need to develop that as well.
Try again. We want more selector in the...
Will we need a coding guideline for adding selectors to new elements when you add them, so that way in the future the manual can be automatically generated without having to go back and do that?
It will be the main problem, I think. Yeah.
I want to ask that, just want to add on to all. One of the, I think Arthur has asked one question that for the drop down, how to do. Just a thought. In the web page, we have expert. We can try that to utilize here. Maybe possibly this expert. These add-ons are available in your Chrome, in your Mozilla. So one can try that. I'm sure that it will help. Why I am saying that? Because maybe this Cypress Studio is used for the screenshot, but there is also one open source tool, Selenium. I think just a question for you, that why we are not using the Selenium, whether we have tried, just as a initial that whether this would be the right tool or the Selenium would be the right tool. Just a
We are using both Selenium and Cypress, and I don't want to use Selenium anymore.
What are the reasons? Is there any specific
It's not reliable. It's not reliable.
Okay.
No.
So actually, to catch regression, instead of extracting the text from the images, maybe we could use a software called OpenCV. Then you can do like, it's called image subtraction, and then you can see the difference between two images, and then you have like a binary result, 1, 0.
Don't know it, not yet.
Actually, there are a couple of regression tests for bokeh as well, which uses Cypress.
But how do you compare the two images?
Actually, in bokeh we use Cypress just to check if the workflow works fine, but we don't do regressions yet.
Okay.
But we have somewhere a tool who is checking, so Mary, it's an internal question. We have a tool that compare a screenshot of some customers or some libraries before and after, and it's automated. Sorry? You are the tool, okay.
Yeah, that's why. If you want to do it for all the screenshots we have, okay, I will reach you.
So this is how you ask questions in a presentation, so you have been very active. Any more comments?
Do I show the video again? Do I have time? 2 minutes?
Okay, thank you.
Yes? Sorry. Do I show the video if I have a couple of minutes? So this is running the Cypress container, Docker container. This is Cypress. You can select the browser to run the test while using Firefox. I'm filtering just for the manual. There are five scripts, and then they are going to run one after each other. So it goes a bit quick, but can I take that here? Yes. So here we are going to catch the system preferences search box. The screenshot is done now. We are checking out. We pick the warning box. Up another one. This one as well. The find. Check out another one. And then I'm lost. I have no idea what it is. So this is the new library form. Oh, okay. Now the test I've run, and so we can inspect the page step by steps. So this is just awesome for debugging, because you can go wherever you want, and then you can have access to the screenshot of the page, but it's not an image. It's a screenshot of the DOM, the HTML structure, and you can then inspect it here. So we are opening the console, the inspection, and you have access to everything. I'm closing Cypress. I'm just listing, showing that the the screenshot has been generated. They are all prefixed by AN for English, but for the Spanish one, it's prefixed by ES. And that's all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jonathan. And it's lunch hour. No. Oh, sorry. This is the second time I make this mistake. I'm hungry. That's true. It's Mark and Ord.
You want to start? All right. Good morning. So I'm Mark Noble, and with me is
Aude Charillon from PTFS Europe.
yeah, and I'm with Bywater Solutions. I'm the Aspen architect at Bywater Solutions. Working on Aspen for 13 years now. So.
And at PTFS Europe, I support library teams implementing and using Koha and Aspen, and I've been using Aspen for just under 2 years.
So we're going to talk.
Yeah, so we want to tell you a bit about Aspen, but not too much, because if you already saw Jordan and Arthur's talk yesterday, you have seen a lot of Aspen already. And the main thing we want to talk to you about is the different ways now that content can be shared within Aspen, so library teams can actually share different things through it. And continuing on that theme of sharing, it's also sharing between those library teams, so building a community as well.
So just a quick show of hands who all came to the presentation yesterday that Jordan and Arthur did.
Cool.
So good number there. So for people that weren't there, Aspen Discovery is a discovery layer that sits on top of Koha, as well as 5 other ILSs right now. So Aspen brings in content from not only the ILS, but also websites, archives. We can show events. So the idea is to really allow library or patrons to discover everything that the library has to offer, not just their catalog. And Aspen is written in PHP and Java with a MySQL backend and Solr index. It's been in development since 2010. It originally grew out of Viewfind and kind of branched due to different needs. So Viewfind has primarily been academic, and this was more serving the needs of publics and consortia. So that grew out of both some independent work as well as work at Marmot Library Network. As Jordan explained yesterday, we had a couple of different names for it. In 2019, we branched from Pika. Basically, Marmot was not interested in growing the community anymore or working with an expanded community, so we kind of had to branch out. Yeah, we don't want to branch again, so we're talking about how to build community and make sure that it's strong for the community. Here are some of the goals. Jordan showed these yesterday as well. I'm not going to go through them since Jordan went through them yesterday. But one of the things, we do use these goals to guide what development we're doing, how we're building the community, and that kind of thing. And as you can tell, they're really, really broad goals. So there's no way that one organization can fulfill all of these, even hope to if you look at something like deep integration with all library technologies. Well, in the US, we don't even have all of the content platforms that are used across the world, so we need help to achieve that goal. And you'll also notice that the goals are all patron-driven or library-driven goals. So they're not developer-driven, and that's really important and intentional as well. We don't want code for code's sake, and we really want to make sure that we're building the things that libraries want and our partners want. And the benefit of this is it makes Aspen extremely customizable, so we really have a system that hopefully does work for everybody. So, as we said, Bywater and Aspen, we joined together in 2019 after Jordan and I had left Marmot. And basically, we found it was a natural complement to Koha. When I was out on my own for a little bit, all of my customers were like, you should really work with Bywater. That would be a really good idea. And in the meantime, they were also talking to Brendan and Nate saying, you should really work with Mark. Those two products will really go well together. So since then, it's really expanded. So as of June of 2023, so these numbers are actually a little bit old and we have more, but we have over 90 partners representing 800 libraries, all within the US and Canada, and 1,800 branches, over 1,800 branches representing 6 ILSs. We went over the course from 2019 till now, so almost 4 years, but not quite. We went from having 1 staff working on Aspen to now we have 9.5, so we've got a lot invested in it. And then we've added language support, and we've got at least 10 languages. We'll talk more about the languages and translations.
So for PTFS Europe, the company started taking interest in Aspen in October 2020. And I'm going to say we, but it's a royal we because I wasn't there before. But we looked at ViewFind before because libraries, especially in the UK, they're really looking at getting a nice experience also for their users, and the Koha OPAC doesn't always fulfill those wishes. And because ViewFind didn't really fulfill those wishes, then that's why when Aspen came onto the scene, we were really interested. And it's, when I say UK libraries specifically, it's because I'm thinking especially in public libraries, for example, they tend to have different platforms for digital resources, and they tend to not load the records in Koha, which means they're sending their users to 3 different platforms to find different things, because an ebook might be on one platform or it might be on another. So they have to check all those different platforms, and it's just not a nice experience for the users. And the other thing that happens a lot with UK libraries is they're part of a bigger organizations like a council if it's a public library, or university obviously for academic libraries, and they're not in control of their website. It's the overarching organization that's in control, which means they can't do very much with the website, or they think the website is really looking not really nice, and that's not the experience they want their library users to have when they visit the library pages. So those elements of bringing all the resources together and like the ability to build pages, what really sparked interest with Aspen as well. So in the UK, we have support 6 Aspen sites. And I was telling Mark yesterday I should have counted the number of libraries because you did, and it looks, yeah, so I'm going to stick with 6 sites. So 4 of them are public libraries, one is an academic library, and one which we support in partnership with Interleaf as a health library service. We don't have a dedicated team for Aspen. We are a team that use both Koha and Aspen, and we are all able to look at either software.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the problems we had that we wanted to solve, specifically related to some of the content sharing. So as we developed our translation functionality, it was something that we built entirely, I think, in about 2019. one of the things that we recognized was we really needed local control of language. So within the US, we have a bunch of different libraries that call the same functionality different things. So for example, freezing holds, some people call it suspend, some people we've got a while you wait, and some people call it like where is it? Or sorry, there's like placehold, request it, Libby, overdrive. People can change facet names. The login information can all be changed. So we wanted to make sure that each individual library could customize Aspen so that the language reflected the way that they talk to their libraries. Since Aspen is primarily a patron-facing tool, we want to make sure that that's a familiar language to them. So one of the things that's cool with the translation systems is for our English libraries, they can translate English to English, which also works really nicely for.
I was exactly thinking, you'd be surprised the number of British library teams who really hate to see catalogs spelled with just a G. So having a really easy way to change that is really important in Aspen as well. And all those other terms that Mark mentioned, often in the UK, they won't be using holds, they'd be using the word reservations. So being able to adapt that vocabulary, even though it's a translation from English to English, that's been really useful as well.
Yeah. And then, of course, we wanted to be able to share all of the work between libraries. So our libraries are all understaffed. We have a couple of libraries that have a lot of staff, which is weird, but so they can contribute all of their work and everybody else can benefit from it. So there's not very many people that we have in the US that can contribute a full French translation. So if we can borrow some of that and share that, then everybody across the world can have additional Spanish and French and German, and we've got all kinds of languages. We also wanted to make sure that we had good accessibility for users. It's something that is something everybody has to focus on now. We've got several talks here about it. So we wanted to provide a high contrast and a dark mode as well, so that all of our users are able to use Aspen. And then, of course, one of the goals is making things easy for administrators. We want to do that. So part of the way the translation system was designed was to make sure that each administrator could do that as easily as possible and wouldn't have to learn a bunch of new technology. And then also kind of selfishly, we release monthly. We don't want to slow that down. So whatever we can do to keep that cadence going is good. People get cranky when we delay the releases. So we deployed last night.
Yeah, so that's an example of a dark theme, and because you saw a lot of those problems were about translations and also some of them about theme before Mark shows you and explain how that content is shared, we wanted to just explain to you how that works in Aspen. Oh, and this is why I'm realizing my arm isn't long enough. So yeah, themes, it's a module in Aspen where you actually create the whole look and feel of the catalog. So you get to obviously upload your header, decide where the name of the library is going to appear, like over the header, or you just bypassing that and uploading your image. There are several options around the book covers and how they line up, how they appear, and the option I really like is there are a lot of options for colors, so you can really customize the colors of the different elements, like the search bar, the buttons. Like sometimes there's almost too much, because there are so many different options for all the different bits. But for people who are really about the detail, then you can really build your whole theme really easily. And the screenshot shows you what it looks like. So it's really about entering your color, and there's a check on accessibility so that you make sure there's enough contrast between the text and the color. Thank you. So you build your theme. You can build several themes and then kind of store them and apply them whenever you want. So one of our libraries in the UK, they like to change their theme every month. So their header matches whichever events they have on that month. And so the new theme option that Mark is going to explain these more details is you can now share your theme with the community, and that's how the dark theme works. So everybody can import a dark theme and then make it theirs. Or if you're doing a theme that actually maybe is about a national event and you think it might be useful to other libraries, you can just in your theme click that share with community button to then make it available for others. And obviously it works the other way around, so you'll be able to import those shared themes as well.
So just kind of technically how those work. So we've got an object for the theme. It's backed by a database table. We store all of the colors and that kind of thing. Then we're hooking in when the theme is saved. We're generating CSS. That CSS then that's generated is also saved in the database, so we don't have to rebuild it every time a user goes to view a page. And then we're serving that custom CSS to the patron based off the selected theme. And the libraries can also, similar to Koha, add additional CSS, so that can get embedded as well. Because we're designed for a consortial environment, we do have the ability to, each library within the consortium can have their own theme and their own, so they get their own subdomain or their own URL based off, based off that URL. We then decide what theme or themes to show, because we just added the ability to show more than one, so that you can have a dark mode and a high contrast mode and a regular mode. So they can kind of choose, the patron then can choose which one they want to show, which is cool. So if anybody wants to see code later, I'm happy to show code later.
So just to explain a bit about the translations, this is from one of the US sites by Water Support, and you can see all the buttons and the kind of elements that aren't linked to the record are in Spanish, and I'm just going to show you in the next few slides, thank you, how it works, because Aspen translation works very differently to Koha. So in Aspen, you set up your language first, and you can do that really quickly because you just enter the information yourself. And what it does from a library staff point of view is it adds that option into your menu where you switch languages. So that's the first step. You just click Add New, add the information. So here I did French, obviously. And then the next step is to go into the translation module, which looks like this. And you have different options to actually start translating things. So you can either export like a CSV file of all the terms used in Aspen, and if it's easier for you to do some find and replace, you can do it like that and then re-upload your file. Or you can target specific terms. So that's what we are doing usually with the UK libraries for the English to English translation. So we'd be looking at a catalog with a G and nothing afterwards. So we get all the instances of that term. And then in those boxes underneath, so the free text field, then we'd be adding the translation there. And the last option is to use the translation mode, which allows you to kind of do an in situ translation. So you're navigating the sites and each term has a label. And if it's red, there isn't a translation on it yet. And if it's green, it's been translated already. So in the top right, you can see my account has been translated already to mon compte, and that's why the label is green. But otherwise, you just click on one of those labels, and that's the screen you get. And you can just enter your translation and click update, and your translation is there. So that's how it works for when you create a new language from scratch, or you already got your language there and you're just making adjustments to it.
So kind of behind the scenes, again, storing information in the database. We've got two different ways of doing it depending on where in the interface you are. So we use Smarty for our templating engine. So on the bottom there, that's an example of how we would embed a translation. So it's a pretty simple scheme. So you just say, you translate it, give it the text that you're translating. We use placeholders. So because those parameters can appear in different places in a sentence depending on the language, We want to make sure that you can reposition those. So if you're doing something like Arabic, you can move those. And then you give it the parameter. So they're position based. So if you have 3 or 4 parameters, you can move all of them around independently, or if for some reason you wanted to, you could drop one. So the in attribute here is saying that don't render these extra tags, because rendering the extra tag that you can click on will break HTML, makes the site a little unusable in some cases. So we're just saying bypass that in this case. And then we've got the ability to say where in the user interface is it. And this is just a way to help people as they're translating. So the interface that we were showing earlier has the ability to filter and say, I only want to translate the public-facing things. Staff all speak English, but we want our public users to have all of the translations they need. The top version is the same kind of version, but it's for if we're doing the translation in kind of the middleware.
So yeah, before you talk about sharing, I just wanted to say, like, back to the problem we had with translation. So at the start, when you wanted a translation and you didn't want to start from scratch, it was about finding somebody who'd already done a translation and getting the file from them and uploading it. So you have to be well connected. So usually you turn to Bywater and say, hey, do you know anyone who's got French already? So I don't have to do everything from scratch. And then, so French is the example I used because the Irish library were interested in it. Bywater had a file, and I made some improvements to it, and I was like, but what do I do now with my improved files? How do the libraries who had it before can get the benefit of those improvements?
Yeah. So we came up with the ability to share So the idea is we created a separate server in the middle called our community server. And the idea is we can push and pull translations. So when somebody translates something or imports a translation on one site, that's automatically pushed into the community server. And then when another partner sets up that language, every day we're fetching all of the translations that they don't have for all of their languages. So we'll go through and say, oh, this term hasn't been translated. Is there one in the community server? We started doing that in real time, and it bogged the system down. So some of the page views were really slow, so we went and switched that to a nightly thing. The other thing I should have mentioned is that our mobile app also uses these translations, so it's using the same system. So if you're translating things, so if you're translating that placehold to request it, you can do that in one place, and it updates both the mobile app and Aspen itself. The other thing that's important about this system is it is checking to see if you have a translation already, and if you already have a translation, it's not going to replace what the community did. So it winds up being whoever was first to translate a term wins, and that's kind of a next step that we have to figure out is whoever was first might not have done it right, so how do we kind of moderate that? And maybe seeing like the difference of what it is in the community now so that you can say, let me review my translations and see how they match up to the community translations, maybe a way to fetch translations more than once a day so that you could go into the user interface and say, hey, I would like to see what all the community has now. So, because right now, if you set up a new language, you kind of have to wait overnight for it to really populate. Yeah, so then for themes, it's kind of similar. So we're still using the community server in the middle. We think that's a good system, and then anybody and any organization can connect into that, so we can share with PTFS, and they can share with us, and it's great.
I'm sure your customers would be interested in a UK English translation.
Especially our Canadian ones. So here's how we're doing the themes. We don't want to push themes to people because themes are so personal. most of the time people are using those as starting points rather than, hey, I'm just going to pull across this dark theme and use it, or the high contrast theme. But we want to make sure that there's an easy way for libraries to do that. So there is a way, we showed it earlier, there's a little button that says share with community. You give it a name, it lists your library, you give it a little description, and then it sends it up to the community server. There's an approvals process that another next step is moving that into the community so that the community actually reviews them. Right now, somebody at Bywater sees them and approves them, so there's not a lot of, the moderation is, yes, it's moderated. But as we share additional things, that'll get more and more important, and we'll start talking about having committees or something to do that. When you want to use something in the community, there's a button that says import from the community, and then you can choose what you want and import it and change it however you want, because again, we're not going to overwrite your content with local data. This is me again, isn't it? So for additional things that we're looking at for sharing, we've talked with the community a lot. Jordan's talked with the community a lot about additional things that they want to share. One of the things that they're really excited about is sharing a lot of metadata. So in Aspen, we bring together all of the different records into a single grouped work. So that has all of the ebooks and the print books and the audio books from all of the different e-commerce or e-content vendors. And we want to do things like similar titles, or so you get the read-alikes, you get series data, because series is something that is still cataloged inconsistently. So there's a lot of things that they want to pull together there. Related titles, maybe some side-loaded records, how things are grouped together. So as things change names, as authors change names, or it goes from one author to another, it can be hard to automatically control what is grouped together or what is not grouped together. So we'll definitely be doing a lot of that. People have talked about like board game records and some of those toys that aren't traditionally cataloged, or maybe they are, but they just want to share them. Other things that people have talked about is placards. So we get little, essentially banner ads where you can advertise a local event, or people are also using them for
resources. And I think the resources is very much the use case here, because if several libraries subscribe to the same resource, then like each library shouldn't have to do their own placards. It would be so much easier to say, oh, there's one already in existence, so I can import it from the community, and then it's there already. And if I want my own, I can take time later on. But in the meantime, I've got it. It's got everything I need. And it's a bit the same idea behind the pages, where I think a lot of libraries who like to talk about the fact they're getting a shiny new catalog, and often they'll create a page about tips to make the most of your catalog. So instead of reinventing the wheel of creating a new page, if you could download one and kind of use that as a template, that would be so much easier for libraries.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool. I'm really excited to see what people do. And then other elements, so we've started introducing the ability for people to customize some of the icons so they can upload their own graphics. That's a wonderful thing to share. Trying to find icons for what is a book or an audiobook or an ebook are really hard. Some of our libraries have really great graphic designers that are way, way, way better than me.
I think there's a lot of library envy as well playing into that, of when you have software and you see what another library is doing with it, you're like, we want the same. I mean, we'll do better, but we want the same, and then we'll improve on it. So being able to share those elements as well, I think is really exciting for library teams. So we've talked a lot actually about sharing elements within Aspen, but it's also sharing between individuals and between organizations. So that's what we want to talk to you about next.
Yeah, so in the US, we've got our 90 different library partners. We can't really talk to all of them at once. It's a lot. We try. We host every month. So at Bywater, we've got our Aspen Gathering, which is our monthly. Last month, here's the new changes to expect in the new version. And then there's some discussion, Jordan will lead us discussion about what's coming next month. A lot of times we're getting feedback on a feature, or at least introductory feedback on a feature. And then we have also a community meeting. So the community meeting, the idea is really that it should be led by the community. Jordan always attends that as well. And it's typically talking more about functionality. So the idea is to get more feedback on features so that we know that we're building the right thing. And it's great to get that timely feedback so that we know that we're not going to have to rebuild something next month or the month after. We also have ILS-specific meetings, so especially for our non-Koha libraries. So we've got groups for Polaris and Symphony, some Evergreen, and it's just ways, so those tend to be a little bit smaller communities, and we obviously don't know that software as well, so it's a good way to get feedback on those. And then there's some special topic ones that we host, so about like how do we group things together. So, and they get really into the nuts and bolts of how things should group together exactly, different cataloging topics. So all of those are, even though Bywater's hosting them, they are open to everybody. We do try to make them at a time zone that is, or at a time that is accommodating to everybody. So first thing in the morning for us, it's a little late at night, but not too bad.
Yeah, when I started attending the community meetings, I made that comment of, I understand it must be hard in the US to plan something across 4 different time zones, but the meeting times are really late for me in the UK. So if there are more libraries in Europe or elsewhere in the world, then we need to take that into account. And very kindly, the community meetings are now earlier, and it's so much easier for us to attend. So yeah, in the UK, we are a much smaller group of library teams. We work with a much smaller group of library teams. As I said, we have, I should say, 5 sites, because one is actually in the Republic of Ireland, so not in the UK. But so with these libraries, we are encouraging them to use the existing community channels. So there's a Slack workspace that actually the US library staff are using quite a lot. So we always talk to our libraries about that. And obviously the bi-monthly community meetings, like it's that great world where it's online, so we can, it's easy, it's an hour every 2 months. So we're encouraging people to make the most of those places, because they are both great spaces where people are saying, oh, how do I do this? Or like, does anybody have any tips? And I like it because libraries will also show what they are doing, so you get ideas. So we are also trying to get those UK users together. So from November, we are also gonna set up some meetings just for them. So like, yeah, bringing them together for the first time. So as I said, 4 public libraries, 1 academic library, but they're all using similar elements of Aspen. And we really think that the kind of sector, library sector, isn't that much of a divide for them, and they could all benefit from sharing tips of how they've used Aspen so far, maybe doing a bit of work with them on refreshers of what's new and maybe they've missed, and also maybe because some of them have had Aspen for 2 years, but they don't remember that it exists in Aspen. So that's the kind of thing we want to chat with them about and see how they want to take it forward.
So yeah, not only are we building communities of users, but we're also building a community of organizations. So in just under 4 years, we now have 5 different companies supporting Aspen installations worldwide. So Bywater, PTFS, TechA, Interleaf, and Equinox all have customers. And we're trying to do a lot to make sure that we're all moving in the same direction, that we're all understanding what's going on, because we want Aspen to be awesome for everybody. So we do host some weekly meetings for different support organizations, so we all have a chance to talk about what we're doing, what we want to do, what problems we're having, which is just a nice way for us to see everything that's going on, because we don't hit all of the issues in the US, and you have questions, and we all get better. Yeah. Yeah, and of course we welcome additional people to come in. We want additional developers. We want the more the merrier. So we keep getting more and more complicated, and it makes Aspen better and better.
I think just from our point of view at PTFS Europe, we find that really beneficial. Like it's great to be able to chat to someone through Slack, but having a meeting when you can ask your question directly and show on a system, oh, this is what I'm seeing. This is the thing that's not working. Like, what do I need to do? So yeah, we've often come to a Monday meeting saying, well, we have a few issues. Like, how can you help us? What are we missing? As Mark said, we also talk about more general things about how we want to, how we are working, which the libraries we're working with, and how together we all want to move Aspen forward.
I'd say we've also talked about like how each of us implement things. So like we've gotten to learn from each other about like what works really well for you implementing. Here's what works well for us, and can share some of that training documentation and stuff so that we can all help do better for our libraries.
Yeah, we've done that recently across the implementation, and I think the commercial teams as well have kind of talk about how we all work, I guess. And I know for the implementation project, it's been really useful because we were doing things in a very different way, and like when we were talking about, oh, like, so do you tell your libraries about this at the end, but we don't tell them about this at the start? Like, so we had some interesting conversations about what like is more logical and how the library teams actually perceive that.
All right, so yeah, we want to keep growing the community.
Yeah, because unlike Koha, Aspen is a very, very new community, so it's still relatively small, but it's also because it's growing that we need to think about all those other things that I guess are given in Koha by now. So if I've been talking about tools, for example, so I know Koha is very used to using IRC, but with Aspen we've been using Slack, and that seems to have been well received by library teams. But we're also looking at kind of other tools. It's Koha relies heavily on Bugzilla, but there isn't something like that for Aspen. So what do we want for Aspen? We are lucky that we can take inspiration from the Koha community, but at the same time, because we're introducing this at a different moment in time, there could be other tools that suit us better, or like we could just build a new one if Mark really wants it. But so that's the questions that we're having around kind of the development cycle and how it could work for all those organizations. And also, we've been talking already about supporting users. So again, having conversations about what library teams prefer in order to get together, what would help them best. So at the moment, we're also having conversation about building new websites for the community. So that's really going to be one of the next steps, I guess. So, and I'm talking about the community of library staff, but also a community of developers. So where's the best place for them to go for documentation when Mark is asleep? So we need an answer to that question.
Don't sleep.
Is that really the solution?
We're also planning an AspenCon next year, so we're still in a little bit of the early stages of that, but we definitely are planning to do that next year now that we've got a ton of people using it. So that's going to be exciting. So some of the other challenges that we have that Ode talked about, those tools for communications. The development cycle's been a little bit of a challenge. So some people really like really fast development, and some people like slower development. So We really like our 1 month schedule, but in terms of how that's released, it's, do you pick up every release? Do you pick up every third? Similar challenges that we have with Koha as well. So what all are we picking up and when? It's always a challenge. Languages, of course, can be an issue. All of our meetings right now are conducted in English. Unfortunately, none of us in the US are good enough at doing other languages, so we all need to get with it. Time zones, of course, like we talked about, so Monday at a reasonable time is very early for us sometimes, and it's Monday morning, and then we're all just busy, so it's really hard to get together on a regular basis when everybody's busy, everybody has partners to work with, and we all have our own needs that we need to work on, but it's super important to make sure that the community continues to grow and is sustainable, so.
So yeah, that's it from us, and we hope you have some questions, but hopefully not 79,000.
It's always the same guy asking questions. Okay. So about your sharing thing, community service building, do you have some plan on like sharing patrons' data? I mean, reviews or lists, baskets?
Yeah, I would say lists for sure, especially staff-driven lists. That's definitely something somebody would want. Other user data we wouldn't share,
yeah,
but lists for sure. We've actually talked with a few different companies in the US that are interested in also sharing their lists with us, so we can share those more broadly. I also should have said all of the sharing is done via API, so it's JSON data that we're getting back. So there would potentially be the ability to open some of that wider, especially some of those lists, as long as the community knew who they were sharing with. But yeah, for sure.
And so you're talking about API, so it may not be centralized. You could have like maybe one Aspen talking to another Aspen.
Right.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so the community server is actually an Aspen server. We're just using different bits of it. So, but yeah,
cool.
And that way you can, so we actually have a couple of different shared servers. And the idea is that some of them are things that the entire Aspen community would like to share. Some are more by support organization, so there's tools to help us support libraries better, that it's just smaller ecosystems, so.
What about the covers? You also share covers?
Yeah, at some point, so yeah.
Yeah, about like community bug tracker. So it's GitHub, the project hosting.
Yeah, so right now we don't so it's hosted in GitHub. Right now in terms of public bug trackers, we don't have one. We have looked at a bunch of different tools, and frankly, just none of them meet all of the needs that we have. We have some code that has been started in terms of building something that will meet all of our needs. We think all of that's going to probably get relayed through a support company's, or a lot of it, a high proportion of it would get relayed through a support company's thing, and we want to make sure that we're not like putting patron data into a public bug tracker or something like that.
One last question from me, at least. Do you have any plan on supporting Unimark?
Yeah, you're going to build that for us, right?
I have to talk to my boss.
Okay. So actually, I think Viewfind supported Unimark, so I think there might actually be some code in there. It is just not code that's in any sort of active use. So it would take some digging to figure out what it is.
Thanks again for the presentation. I would like to know, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, is it possible to have multiple ILS at the same time in the same Aspen instance? Not yet.
Maybe. So we've gotten this question a lot actually this week. We, in an earlier iteration before it was called Aspen, did support Nashville Public Library on 2 different ILSs. So the public library was using Millennium and their school district was using Library Solution. So it did support 2 different ILSs on 1 install. They since have merged into a single institution and have a single ILS. So that code still exists. It has just not been tested. Although I have a feeling we will be doing more testing with it soon because we keep getting that question.
Because I remember that when I was looking at Viewfind that it has like a multi-ILS driver.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
And what we would want is to make sure that you would get the same experience that you would have with a single ILS. So we want to make sure that all of the holds and the checkouts work regardless of which one we want. We need to figure out some of the ILL functionality. So if you are borrowing from more than 1 institution at once, how that would work. So there's definitely some technical things that we need to sort out. The foundations are there. Some of the work that we're actually working on this month should help make some of that easier, or at least easier to test again. So we'll see. Talk to us in another month.
Sure. And how complicated or easy is it to add a new ILS?
It is straightforward-ish. There's a lot of good examples. So the indexing of the data of the MARC records from the ILS tends to be the hardest part. That part is all at this point using Java, which has a smaller community of developers that know it, at least that work with Aspen. So we do the indexing part, and then there's a driver that you write similar to how Viewfind works to do all of the getting holds, placing holds, checkouts. So there's some really good templates for how it works. So typically for us, when we get a new ILS, it takes us about 6 months to get them up and live. And some of that's not all coding from day 1 till day 6 months from now. So it's a lot of going back and forth with the library that's implementing, with whoever is supporting that ILS. It depends a lot on how responsive the ILS is, and whatever vendors are supporting that. So it depends. We've definitely had them also take a year, just if there's no documentation or the vendor is unresponsive. And then there's also library number 2 can also be a challenge as well. It's not 6 months, but you do learn the hey, library 1 said everybody uses this feature this way, and it's set up for them, and then library 2 says, no, that was a configuration option, so you have to do it a different way.
I have so many other questions. I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great presentation, guys. Thanks. This is more of a comment than a question, but we talked about how Aspen is a great complement to Koha, but not only in the functionality, we're also seeing a very apparent trend in the US where libraries want to adopt open source, but they're terrified, especially when it comes to doing a full ILS migration. So we're seeing Aspen as a less scary kind of introduction to open source that libraries are dipping their toe in. So the ability for Aspen to sit on top of proprietary products like Cersei Dynix and III has really kind of pushed the Koha adoption forward by leaps and bounds in the US, because you have larger institutions that kind of just dip their toe in and check out Aspen and the service associated with companies that support open source products, and then see that, you know, their children aren't going to be stolen by goblins, and then they take the full leap into Koha as their ILS. So it's a really good thing, and it's moving both products forward rapidly.
Yeah, I have so many questions. The first one that arose to me is, as we were talking about this community sharing stuff, how GDPR compliant is this?
Well, none of it's patron data for the sharing.
It's all, but you know, for the German market, it's always important that we know which data goes where, and especially if it goes to the US, as you know. And so you don't see any problem violating any GDPR-related judicial things?
No, no, it's really about functional elements. There's nothing to do with the user account that's being shared. So there's no personal data being shared.
It's great news. And another question that I had is, with the themes, how deep does it go? So how customizable is it really? Can I like redo the whole interface with a theme, or are there restrictions to
that? Yeah, so people have done some pretty interesting things with it. So, I mean, it's always going to have its framework. So to break out of, I mean, it's a bootstrap theme that is generally going to look a specific way. You can add custom CSS. We've got, I would say we have the ability to customize the things that most people want customized. We do, as people are implementing, if we've got libraries sticking in lots of CSS, there's a bunch of things that we have adopted. So we've actually got a new cover style that is based off what one of our libraries did on their own. So we see what people do and we're like, wow, that's cool. We never would have thought to do that. Can we steal that from you and put that in Aspen so that everybody can benefit from it, and then put a checkbox on it, and whoever wants to use it can.
All right. And another question that I had is, you talked a lot about how this is targeted at consortia. What exactly do you mean by this? So is Aspen overkill for, say, a medium-sized public library? Is it really?
No, because we don't work with consortia. So so there's a single library service. So this is where I don't know exactly, but I think each of the public libraries we work with has a dozen branch libraries, and they even, I think, actually the academic library has 3 sites, I think. So they are probably the smallest ones in terms of sites, but they really value it because it looks nicer than and it's easier to customize than what they can do with the Koha OPAC. So it's, even though they are not using the consortial elements, they don't care if it looks different for one campus to another, because for them they are the same library, but it's more about the nicer experience for their users and bringing all their resources together and making it easier for their library teams. So yeah, I wouldn't say no, it's not overkill.
Okay, I think this is my last question. What's the tech stack of the app? Is it React Native? Or what do you use to? Is it natively implemented, or?
I mean, we're just serving HTML and Ajax at the end of it. So we've got a templating system. We use Smarty for the templating system, which allows you to embed variables inside what looks like HTML pages.
Okay.
So from that standpoint, it's really easy to read. It's not a React app.
Okay.
We've had somebody suggest
I
we
don't
should
like
rewrite
React.
it, and we decided that we had other things to do for the next couple of years than rewrite the app, or the interface. The mobile app is a React app, so.
All right. Thank you very much.
More questions? Okay, I need to check the time that I don't give you wrong instructions again. But if you are now exhausted of questions, then I think it's lunchtime. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for coming. If you were already in this room this morning, I have to apologize, you're getting me again. But I think after this presentation, I'm done, and maybe it means I can drink more tonight, so I'm really happy about it. My name is Aude, I work with PTFS Europe, and I help library teams implement and use Koha. But I've only been with PTFS Europe for 2 years. Actually, it's going to be 2 years on Saturday. And before that, I worked in a public library in England for many years. I will try not to name that public library just by respect for their privacy, but it might slip anyway, so please don't blame them for anything I might say. I want to talk to you about features in Koha that will help your library protect citizens' privacy, but really this is what I want to cover. So I will have to say a little bit about the legal framework and maybe ethical standards, but don't worry, I'm not gonna do a lesson for you because I only have 30 minutes and there's a lot of Koha features to cover. So Koha features around library users, maybe on the online catalog and things you can do for them on the OPAC. I want to talk quite a bit maybe about data retention, but actually what I really mean is data deletion, and also some really nice security options that Koha has. And hopefully at the end I'll have a bit of time so we can talk about those features, and if you've used any of them, I would really like to hear your thoughts and your experience on using them. What I have forgotten to say is that my public library got Koha quite recently. It was 2018. 2018 feels a bit like the good old days. Back then, the UK was still part of the European Union. So we had this law, the General Data Protection Regulation. We still have it for now. It's now called the UK General Data Protection Regulation, but it's still the same law that's used across countries in Europe. Obviously, you're not all based in EU countries, but you may have some similar laws either already or upcoming in your countries. But the GDPR really, like to me, has done a lot for our own privacy as individuals. And it's especially relating to those principles. So I don't know if you've ever read the GDPR. If you haven't, I would actually genuinely recommend it. It's not that like unmanaged, so it's not too legal, and it's got some really interesting principles in it. So it talks about 6 principles relating to the processing of personal data. So basically, how you use data that can identify an individual. And it says that data has to be processed in accordance with the law, so you have to have a reason to use it, and you have to do it in a transparent manner, which usually means you have to inform citizens that you're using their personal data. And you can't just collect everything. You have to say, I'm collecting this data specifically for this reason, and I'm only going to keep it so long because that's how long I need it. It's not necessary to keep it longer. You have to make sure that personal data you use and collect is accurate and is always accurate, so you kind of have to keep it up to date. And you have to make sure it's stored securely, so there can't be any unauthorized access to that data. So as I said, several of us will be using the principles in this law, but others might be using other laws. Even if you don't have a law in your country, if you're a librarian, you're probably following a set of ethical standards. The IFLA produced in 2015 a statement on privacy in the library environment. And in their introduction, they said that privacy is integral to ensuring that the rights of freedom of access to information and freedom of expression actually continue to exist. And we, as library information professionals, we're really here to support and promote those rights. So that's the one as an international community we're all looking to, but a local library association might also have its own set of ethical standards. And for me, in the UK, it's CILIP. And when, as a member of CILIP, it means I sign up to the ethical principles, and it says, as an ethical information professional, I make a commitment to uphold, promote, and defend. So it's quite strong. And one of those things is the confidentiality of information provided by citizens and their rights to privacy. So this is kind of the context I was at in my public library a few years ago. And I started thinking, okay, where do we hold our personal information? Well, a lot of it is going to be stored in Koha because it's actually library members' information. So what is there in Koha that we could use? We didn't use everything I'm going to show you, and some new things came since then, obviously. So I hope to still give you a summary of everything that's possible. I don't expect you to use all of those options, first because there's a lot, but also it really depends on where your library is located and how your library approaches things as well. So some options may be more relevant than others. Okay, so first of all, let's look at citizens' privacy. So what impacts citizens directly? Not just things you can do in the background, but things that they will see. So the first thing is they will probably, of course, they will go to your online catalog. So they'll arrive on your OPAC, and one of the things that may happen on your OPAC is you will have cookies. So because you need to inform them about those cookies, there's cookie consent coming soon. I checked the bug and I checked with Matt and he said it's past QA, so it's definitely coming very soon in your next Koha version. But if you want to see an example, the British Museum Library in the UK are already using cookie consent. So it works through a set of system preferences. I've detailed it here, but I'm not going to explain everything. So hopefully you'll have access to the slides soon and you'll be able to go over them if you actually want to set it up. But basically, you add in all the information about the different cookies on your OPAC and add which ones are required, like functional cookies, and which ones actually requires consent. So that's why on the screenshot you have those two options: accept all cookies, accept only essential cookies, and then more information is where you can actually add more text about all those cookies and what they do. So still talking about informing citizens, another thing you might have, again, is a privacy policy. It could be called a privacy notice. And you'll want to have it somewhere your citizens are going to see it and are going to be able to find it easily. So again, very likely on your OPAC. And thankfully this morning, Gladys showed us how to create pages. So you can create a page for your privacy policy. And she also showed us the HTML customizations. So you can add your links to the navigation or in the footer. So that's what this library here has done. They're called Cheshire libraries, but they're actually kind of split in two. So they've got a privacy notice for Cheshire East and a privacy notice for Cheshire West. So in their footer, they put both of those links in. So I will point you to Gladys' talk because my explanations are really sparse. But it's basically everything Gladys showed us this morning is how you would add your privacy notice. So your citizens will navigate your OPAC, and there are options in Koha that you may or may not be aware of about getting usage information. So two system preferences. One is called Enable OPAC Search History, and I've phrased it deliberately this way that it allows you not to store citizen search history. And the same for track clicks. You can choose not to track or to anonymously track. If you choose to store that history or if you choose to track those clicks, obviously you'll have informed your citizens through your privacy notice, and you'll have legal reason that allows you to do that. So that's why I'm saying all those options may not be relevant to you depending on how your library works, but they're worth thinking about if you've never seen those system preferences before. With the cookie consent, you're kind of giving citizens a choice of what they're agreeing with, and there are other cases where you will need their consent, and the GDPR specifically really says an individual has to take a positive action to give their consent for you to use their information. So a positive action is going to be they actually told you, yes, that's fine, or they ticked something that wasn't ticked before, or they clicked accept somewhere. And you will need to record that in Koha. So a very, I guess, common one for all of us is, do they want to receive the library newsletter? It's not so necessary for them to receive the library newsletter, therefore you need to ask them for their consent. And a good way to actually record that they've given you consent is to use a patron attribute. So it will appear on the patron form. And you can also make it editable in the OPAC, so they can change their mind about it and say, actually, now I didn't want before, but now I'm realizing the library newsletter is a must, and I really want to have it, so they can change their mind and put yes in the OPAC. And then you can run a report in Koha to check which library members have consented and only send your library newsletter to those citizens. Another way to give more choices about so this time about notices to your users is to use the Enhanced Messaging Preferences OPAC system preference, and it means it's the same kind of tick box table you get in the patron form about, are they going to receive an email when the item has been checked out? Are they going to receive an email about auto-renewal? So some of those, you may not want them to not receive them because they are necessary to your service, but there might be some that are actually optional and you'd want to give them that choice. There's another system preference called OPAC Privacy, and it allows, so it adds an extra tab in the patron account, and it means library members will be able to say how long they want to keep their borrowing history. And this is where I'm realizing I thought I had updated this slide yesterday, but because it's not just their borrowing history, it's also their hold history. So they'll get a drop down to say if they want that borrowing history to be kept forever, to be kept the default that the library has set, and I'll come back to that later on, or to never be kept. So it gets anonymized as soon as they return their items. Again, there might be cases where you don't want to give them that choice, but we can come back to that later. And if you give them those options, they also get buttons about delete everything now. So they have that choice themselves in the OPAC. The last thing where you can give choices for people is around guarantor and guarantees. But first, I guess you would want to check which patron categories actually have guarantors. So in most cases, it will be your child library members who will have a guarantor attached. So there's another person who is responsible for them. But in the GDPR, it says it considers that usually from the age of 13, an individual is able to make their own decisions about their privacy. So one of the things that happened in my library is that we had two categories for children, and one was under 15, and the other one, no, sorry, yes. It was under 14 and 14 plus. So we had child under 14 and teenage 14 plus. And we had to have a conversation about, well, actually, is it okay to keep 14, or do we need to move it down to 13? Because actually from 13, they should be able to not have a guarantor, and they should be able to decide whether they want their parents to know what they've borrowed. So that's why I put that question about who needs a guarantor, and whether it's a question you also need to discuss with your colleagues. Again, it's linked to how your library works, but it's just something to keep in mind. And then for those individuals who have a guarantor, you can give them a choice as well of what they let their guarantors see from those two system preferences there. So it's allow patron to set checkouts visibility for guarantor, and allow patron to set fines visibility. So again, do they want their parent to see what they've borrowed and whether they've had fines? it can be really important or really sensitive to young people. Okay, so that's kind of always, I'm going quite quick, I realize, because I have quite a long list of things to show you. But as I said, hopefully we can have a chat at the end. And the other obvious thing is, if you look those up in the manual, they are documented and you will find more information about them. Or you can go to your favorite sources of information. Obvious one is Monday Minutes, but there might be other sources of information that your local Koha community has as well. So the next area I want to cover is around data retention. So in the principles of the GDPR, there's something about keeping the information only as long as you need it, which means there comes a point where you don't need the information anymore, and therefore you should get rid of it. So the whole question is about how long do you actually need to use that information for. So one of the things you might want to look at is in your patron forms, which fields are mandatory because you absolutely need them, otherwise you can't actually lend out anything to that person, and which fields are optional because it's nice to have that extra bit of information. So this is where in my library I had a long conversation with my colleague about phone numbers because my point was we don't need the phone number, it's not mandatory, we only ring people in very, very small cases because most of the time we email them, we send them notices through Koha. So the phone is nice to have, but it's not necessary, it was my argument. So to change those kind of things, you can use the system preferences, borrow mandatory fields for the patron form in the staff interface. And if you allow your library, your citizens to register through the OPAC, you can do the same with the self-registration form with the second system preference, patron self-registration, borrow mandatory field. And then kind of the same questions for other fields. If you're not using fields at all, if you don't want anyone to enter data in those fields because then you become responsible for this data, then you should be looking into hiding those fields to make, first of all, it makes your patron form shorter, which is easier for the library team or the citizen wanting to register, but also it avoids you storing unnecessary data. So you can hide fields. There are 3 system preferences, borrow unwanted fields for the staff interface, patron self-registration, borrow unwanted field for the OPAC self-registration, and borrow patron self-modification, borrow unwanted field for the patron account in the OPAC. And there should be another one actually on this slide, which really makes me think I downloaded the wrong version of my presentation because there is one for borrow modification as well now. So my apologies for that. I will correct as I go what I'm seeing on my slides. The last thing is if you've decided you don't want to use those fields anymore, sometimes you might have old data in them. So another thing you can do is use a report and the batch patron modification tool to just clear the data in those fields and just get rid of all that. The next tool, which I find really efficient, but it's a very blunt tool, is anonymization. So you're basically cutting the link between the library member account and the circulated item. So instead, in the table, when you see the checkouts, it has the borrower number, but if you use anonymization, that borrower number is going to become just the same borrower number for everyone, and that borrower number is the anonymous patron. So you'd be setting up your anonymous patron system preference, and then on the server, setting up the batch anonymize script with the number of, so if that's, sorry, the script is if you want to automate it, and you would be setting your number of days after, so you'd set the number of days, and when the item has been returned then that number of days has passed, then it gets anonymized. You can also manually anonymize the library member's circulation history using the tools batch patron deletion anonymization. You might want to check what's going to happen, so that's why running a report is always a good tip. I mentioned earlier for the OPAC privacy system preference, that it's the default duration is actually set through the batch anonymized script. So if you let users use that and they select default, it's whatever duration you've used for that batch anonymize which is going to apply. And that's set, there's a similar option in your patron category as well, which again should have been on my slides, but obviously I don't know, I didn't think properly my slides. So again, you have those options in the patron category to apply the rules of never keep the circulation history, so anonymize straight away when it's returned, or apply the default one, the number of days you've set in batch anonymize, or keep the checkout history forever. So as I said, anonymization is quite a blunt tool, but it's very efficient because it's blunt. So it means you're sure when you're then looking at your circulation, your old circulation data, you're sure not to have any personal data anymore because it's all been borrowed by the anonymous patron. But it does mean if you are running reports in the past, it can be a bit annoying because you're losing information about which library that library member belonged to, or what their patron category was, all that information. So the other thing you can use is pseudonymization. Obviously, you can use it just to, you can show everyone, you can pronounce a long and difficult word, but also you can use it to clear your personal data from other tables earlier because you're going to be storing pseudonymized information in separate data tables, and you'll be integrating those pseudonymized tables rather than the standard ones, like the issue table, for example. So if you're using pseudonymization, you'd be enabling it. It's a system preference. And then it's going to be storing. So in my mind, in my non-technical mind, it works a bit like the statistics table, where when something happened, a transaction happened, it puts it in the normal table for that transaction. So if it's an issue, it's going to put a line in the issue table. But it also puts a line in those tables that are there to be storing information. So when I issue something, it's putting a line in the issue table, in the statistics table. And if you've enabled pseudonymization, it's also going to add a line in the pseudonymized transaction table. And then you can use a system preference called pseudonymization patron fields to decide what other information is going to be stored in that pseudonymized transaction. So is it going to be the patron category, the home library, the postcode, any of your patron attributes, so all the things you need to report on in time. The thing to remember with pseudonymization is it starts filling the table from the time you've enabled it. So it means you might need to, at the moment, leave it running a bit before you can actually interrogate it, because it will be empty at the start. And then once you know you don't need that data anymore, you really want to delete it. Well, I hope you really want to delete it, because it's less responsibility than keeping that data you don't need. So you might want to be looking at library members' expired accounts, like all the old accounts, deleted accounts in the deleted browse table, and from current accounts, things that aren't necessary anymore, like older reservations, older issues, older notices, etc. So there are two scripts you can use, which are called delete patrons and cleanup database, which come with different parameters. I'm going to go really quickly over the security options because I realize I'm talking a lot. In terms of security, I mentioned it's making sure only authorized persons have access to that personal data you've collected about citizens. So there's a lot about having strong passwords. You can have settings that either apply to all users, that's why I've grouped them that way, or you can either have a default or have setting per patron category. So the ones that apply to all users are the number of failed login attempts or a notification for password change. So whenever, I think the failed login attempts is quite obvious, but the notified password change is if a user has their password changed, then they get a notification to say, by the way, we hope it's you who did it, because if it's not, please contact us, there's a problem. So that's kind of a notification. And then the things you can either apply as a default across everyone, or by different ones by patron category, or a minimum password length, and a way to get stronger passwords. And there's another way, which should have a screenshot here. There's another thing as well. You can make a password expire and force library members to create a new password, because if the same password has been in use for so long, and potentially library members will use the same passwords for other things, which is really not secure. So you can, if there's now a mechanism where their password expires and they have to create a new one. Yeah, so the things I've gone over is multi-factor authentication, and there are, sorry, I think, so it means that when you enable it, it's only for staff at the moment. When you enable it, it means staff have to finish enabling it as well. So they have to go in their account and enable it as well. And they have to have an authenticator app. So next time they log in, it will ask them as normal for their login and passwords, but they also have to enter the one-time code for the authenticator app as well. Okay, so those are a lot of options. And I am still a bit flustered because those slides weren't the last ones I made. But the other thing I want to look at, so I'm a bit scared about what's going to be next, is what else would be helpful. So yes, not this one. So the other slide that you should be seeing now is a slide about improvements to some of these options. So for example, in terms of, I can't, oh yes, the first one was about anonymization. So obviously subject access request is something that could be easier and there's a bug for it. But the two other things that we have encountered recently, so one was in my library about anonymization. I was thinking, okay, so how long do we really need to keep the checkout history? Well, we would only use it if a book, there's a problem around a book being contested, that it's been returned or not returned, so we need to get back to the last borrower and ask them what happened with this book, like it's damaged, is it you, etc. So I was thinking, oh, surely we wouldn't do that past 1 month, because if we leave it longer, the person won't remember, it's not worth it. And so I was trying to convince my colleague we should anonymize after 1 month, and they went, no. They may have said no a lot during those conversations, but this time they had a really good point. They said, no, because we use the checkout history for housebound readers, and if we send those readers who can't come to the library the same books because we don't know anymore that they have had them already, then it's useless to offer that service. So they need to be able to at least check in the past year whether those readers already have those books, so they need to have access to that checkout history. So my suggestions, and I logged a bug for it earlier this week, is it would be useful to have a batch anonymized script to be able to set different periods of time for different patron categories, because different patron categories have different needs. And the other point, which you should have seen on a similar slide, is about pseudonymization. I was working in a library earlier this year, and they've done the whole thing, enabled it, redone their report, so it now queries the pseudonymized tables. And we noticed that they were having problems with library members who joined the library but only to use online resources. Because when you use online resources, it's not a transaction in Koha, therefore it doesn't get copied as a line into the pseudonymized transactions table. So there's no way to know that that person was actually a library member and used the library, because it's not a transaction. So would it be a good idea for joining the library to be a transaction and therefore to have its own line in the pseudonymization tables? And you can really see it's the wrong slide deck. I'm sorry about that. So the last slide is more about, I've talked a lot, but a lot of it is based on my experience, and you'll have your own experience of using these tools or not using these tools. So it would be really interesting to hear what else we need to make all this work in Koha, and what we need to improve. Thank you.
There were lots of things in your presentation that we have also discussed very eagerly in the Finnish libraries. And just as a warning example, 2 or 3 Finnish libraries, not Koha libraries, mind you, got reprimanded by the National Data Ombudsman only a few months ago because they had used Google Analytics and Google Tag Manager in a way that was not inappropriate. So the customers were not informed properly, and apparently there were also useless information from the library's point of view that was gathered from the users. Do you have questions, comments?
If not, I have an extra slide because I found the proper slide deck. So
Sure.
there's staff permissions as well. So who has access? People who leave the library shouldn't have access to your Koha anymore, so you need to update their permissions, is the last thing I wanted to add. Thank you.
And next we have Sirpa, right?
Good afternoon, everybody. This will be a totally different kind of presentation than the earlier one. I come from a special library which has some special needs. And this presentation will tell how we help our daily routines by using a macro. And my name is Sirpa Janhonen, and I work as an office manager in National Repository Library. And I have made this presentation together with Anton Koukkari, my colleague, who was not able to join the conference today. First of all, some basic information about our library, which has been founded in 1989, and it is situated in Kuopio, Finland. And we have 18 professionals, library professionals working in our library. And our basic function is to receive, store, and offer material for the use of other libraries. And our library material is mainly printed material. And we are a library of libraries, so we don't have, our patrons are libraries, so our needs are a bit different than many other libraries. And almost every Finnish library uses our services by sending material and lending material. And our services are free of charge to everyone. And thanks to Finnish Ministry of Education and Culture, who provides the funding for our library, and at the same time, of course, is responsible for the performance guidance of our library. And there you can see a map of Finland. So Kuopio is situated in the middle part of Finland. It is not nearby Helsinki, where I come from. And our activities are directed by a board of members, which are appointed by Minister of Education and Culture. And the board members represent Finnish library field. Then some words about our collection. Our collection consists about 104 shelf-kilometers at the moment, and the increase per year is about 1.5 kilometers. And libraries send material which they remove from their own collection So in fact, our collection is a weeded collection of library collections. And we don't have an acquisition of our own. And we increase about 55,000 up to 70,000 new records into our database every year. So the amount is quite big. And our collection is stored in numerus currens. It means in order of arrival. And we don't have any classification, and it's the only way how our material is found in our collection. Then some words about our cataloging. So about 10 persons catalogs every day at the same time. Item record has first temporarily self-location, cataloger's initials. And only one person is able to give the final self-location at one time, and usually several dozens of publications will be given a self-location at a time. And as I mentioned earlier, the self-location is the only way publication may be found in our collection, so the order is really important. Here you can see a picture of from our shelves. We pack material in 3 sizes to be economical, and we leave all labels from other libraries. So you can see many kind of labels on the back of books. And you can see also red flags, so someone has borrowed our material. And on the left, or is it it's the blue paste part of the picture. You can see how we store the books. So there are always first letter. It means in which hall the material is stored, and then is the size, and then is the year, and then the year begins always from the first beginning. And this is the biggest size, and as you can see, there are not so many pieces received in 1992, size A, size 3. And then I continue with the micro programs. And before Koha, we used Voyager library system, and we had Macro Express. So macros are not the macros are used in our library for several years, but it was a big change because Voyager was client-based, and then Koha is web-based. So we had to think when we changed to Koha 2019, we had to change also the micro program. And the old version of Micro Express didn't work with the Voyager, and it is a financial program, so we should have bought a new version. So we began to investigate if there are any free programs available which are maybe a bit more convenient to use with Koha. And we investigate many, I think there were 3 or 4 programs, and we choose a program called Pullover. And there you can see a snapshot of our item record. There's a full call number, my initials at that time, and then barcode. And in our library, it always begins 165. And the macro script efficiently navigates through Koha by identifying and locating the required input fields and boxes. And user is asked to read the barcode by the barcode scanner. And macro continues, user is asked to read the full call number to replace the initials. Macro continues and saves the new call number, which is the final call number. And macro saves the call number and continues to ask the next barcode. And with this process, we use image recognition command integrated into the auto hotkey scripting language. So, how to be sure that really the right thing is done? So, it is essential to first identify the item and the barcode. To automate, we use this auto hotkey that repeats the routine process multiple times as long as the user ends the process. And these scripts can be converted into executable files, which allows the creations of standalone executables that can be run without the need of software installation. So we don't have to install into every machine we use. So there you can see a screenshot of the code, and then there is another one. I don't explain this because my colleague Anton is more convenient with the code, so just screenshots. And then some examples of a pullover toolbox we use. There are, macro uses a lot of keyboard shortcuts for simple tasks like navigating throughout input boxes. For example, tab key and Control F. And there's a screenshot of this toolbox. And then there are conditional statements, if else, which serve the purpose of ensuring that accurate barcodes are entered, or if a specific image has been recognized by the script. In our case, it may be, for example, if the barcode is correct or if there is something wrong. There are some statements we have made to be sure that there are maybe enough characters. And if it's okay, the macro continues, but if it's not okay, then it stops and gives an error message to user. And then there's an image search tool, which is for creating picture files, which the script tries to detect. Usually the image search tool is used in conjunction with the mouse tool to quickly identify and navigate clickable objects on a web page. A screenshot of a desired object is taken, after which desired variables are given into X and Y axis of an image. These values can be entered into the mouse tool, which will align the cursor to these previously defined coordinates. And there you can see also screenshots of these tools. And then there's information about pullover. It's free of charge, and here are links if you want to know some more information and if pullover is not familiar to you. And then some experiences from us. So assigning a self-location takes 50% less time using pullover than working traditionally with a keyboard and mouse. And usually macro works fine and books are in order, but we usually double check with item search barcode is initials and barcode is 165, because sometimes when people work whole day cataloging, there may be some mistakes. And in fact, we have also manual bookkeeping of barcode numbers used one day. So if there is something wrong and maybe, for example, someone wants to borrow a book which has some odd self-location, we are able to relocate also manually this place. It has happened maybe twice in 20 years I have worked in National Repository Library, but twice is too much if the material is not available. And the macro makes the routing work really much easier in our case, but the user still has to focus on the process, not to do something else. Because anything can happen, and we have some experiences also of that. And with Koha, we have noticed that updates of Koha usually needs the macro also to be updated. So this means a little break with the use of macro. But Anton, who is responsible in our library for maintaining and creating this macro, is really fast, and this macro is then in use for in a days or even one day. And besides all, our staff is really happy with this. And this is all I had to say. Here you see general information of our library, email address, my email address, and if you have technical questions of this macro or pullover program, please contact Anton.
But because they don't have like human customers, we never see what they are doing in the repository library. So this was interesting in that sense, that get a glimpse of your daily work. Questions, comments?
And from this picture, you can see the amount of material, and these carries are going to cataloger. So we have ongoing process of cataloging.
Luckily, they don't need to catalog from scratch, but they
yes.
can use the existing records.
Yes, we use existing records as much as we can, and earlier you have heard Melinda database. Melinda is our cataloging database, and in Koha we use as less. In Koha we make as less as possible work with cataloging, so it's mainly item records.
Okay, we have again a few minutes.
So hello. The mic is okay. Okay. I'm Sonia Bouy from the Lyon Free University Library. I'm the head of the library IT service. In fact, I'm not an IT person, nor a librarian. I'm sort of a hybrid of the two. I know how to speak to both. I have been working as a system librarian for more than 20 years. I'm also the chairman of the Koha French non-profit group, Koala. So today I want to speak about a future that will be in Koha, but that is not in Koha yet. In fact, I will not explain what is the OAI PMH protocol. So if you are expecting for that, no. Just in a few words, it's a protocol to exchange metadata in XML format. And there's a nice presentation from IFLA. So don't hesitate if you want to know exactly how it works to watch this page. Okay. Koha is known to be highly scalable and interoperable. So it's pretty surprising that there's not an OAI PMH harvester in Koha yet. There's an OAI PMH server for more than 10 years, I think. But there's not the other side, there's not the OAI PMH client. And it's also surprising because it's a well-implemented module in other library management systems. So it's a missing module in Koha now. In fact, there's already an attempt to get an OAI PMH harvester in Koha 10 years ago. Back in 10 years ago, in 2013. And I will give you a few details about that. But first of all, I want to explain you why Koala was interested in this feature. So, let me introduce Koala. We are a French association established in 2007. At the time, it was to create a space between user and vendors to promote Koha. Nowadays, it's more a space for users to exchange their experiences. But the aim of the association is to improve and promote Koha. In fact, to join Koala, there's membership fees. So we have a budget and we can fund developments. We have already funded the pseudonymization process. One of those Aude presented you just before. The pickup, curbside pickup as a module. It was a plugin previously a plugin from Bywater Solution, and now it's a module in Koha. Some announcement in the Unimark framework, especially the recent changes to reach LRM. So if you remember what Paul said you yesterday, So we try to pay development always for the master version of Koha. For a few years, we began to have a special interest group, one for translation, one for bibliographic change to LRM, serials, and one about the exchange between Koha and the Abyss tools. So a small reminder of what Abyss is. So Abyss is a bibliographic agency for higher education. It's administrated by the Ministry of Higher Education, and it implemented the SUDOC. It's a national system for shared cataloging. It implemented SUDOC 20 years ago. So all the documentary resources are catalogued in the SUDOC. The network is almost up to 160 institutions, and that include around 1,500 libraries. And they catalog daily in the Unedited tool, cataloging from CBS by OCLC Pika. Each night, the records, the library records are sent to the libraries. So they can be integrated in their system. Abyss developed other in-house softwares and databases and APIs to complete CBS, that is a non-evolving system. And the developments also guarantee the interoperability and the possibility for the library data to be reused. So, why do we feel the need to collaborate with Abyss? Because they are deeply working with Ex Libris for the ALMA libraries. I don't want to explain why here, but it's a fact. And we would like the libraries with other systems to be more represented and to work more deeply with the Abyss, especially the Koha libraries that are a quarter of the SUDOC institution. So in our special interest group, we have Koha user librarians, and we also have vendors, Laurence and Mathias from BibLibre, and and Frédéric from Tamil. So we raised several questions in the special interest group. We wanted to enhance the quality of our records. In fact, Abyss provide APIs that can check some Unimark rules. It can check if there's good links or other thing. So we asked to create a plugin that can use these APIs to check if the records in the catalog are well cataloged. We also want to highlight the authors. ABES provide IDRF database. That is a database from for the authorities with identifiers, and we use it to provide other publication from the authors in the Koha-OPAC. There's a system preference called IDRF, I think. And if you activate it, you can have the other publication, but we want to enhance it and to make it more nice. And we also want to use the IDRF identifier as a pivot to retrieve other identifier like ORCID. And lastly, we would like to change the way the records are retrieved every night. In fact, we need several emails exchanges to get records to an FTP server, and it's pretty outdated. So we ask ABES if we could change the process. We first considered web services, but ABES told us that they were thinking to use the OAI PMH protocol. So for us, the only problem that is we don't have OAI PMH harvester in Koha. In fact, we are not sure that ABES will continue this project because the head of the agency changed recently, and they are preparing a new roadmap. But we thought that the OAI PMH harvester was lacking in Koha. So however, if we finance it, it will be useful for the community. So, as a matter of fact, there was an initial attempt to implement OAI PMH client in Koha. It was sponsored by the Stockholm University. A case was submitted in Bugzilla, but there was several patches to test, but it was never signed off. Why? We should ask the people involved. I just know that they encounter several concerns. They want to have a user interface to schedule the harvesting, and it might lead to performance issues, because if you launch the harvesting too often, it can block the system. They want to pass a very long XML response. That is not normally a mandatory thing in the OAI PMH protocol. So I don't know why, but it could lead also to performance issues. And it was a very large patch with perhaps too many things to test in a row. So our first idea, when we are considering the requirements for the OAI PMH harvester, was to reuse the old Bugzilla case. We asked Biblib to review this patch, but in fact, it was too old because Koha evolved a lot in 10 years, now the code lines are too old to be integrated in Koha. So it was a better idea to start from scratch to try to implement the harvester. So to avoid financing a development that will never be in the Koha master, we thought that we could ask at the Koha community if they have any thought. So we were asking the Koha list. Should we use an external harvester? Because there's already several OAE PMH harvester existing. So BibLibre examined several OAI PMH clients. That what can be good with using an external harvester is that it could be less programming, but there's other difficulties. We can have to use another environment. So like for PHP, for instance, and that could not be appreciated by the system administrators. And perhaps using another tool, an external tool, could also lead to performance issues. So why not use the Perl module that is already used in Koha for the server? In fact, it's regularly upgraded, but unfortunately, the version that is now used in Koha for the server is an old version. And if we use the newest version of the Perl module, it breaks the server, the OAI PMH server. So we have to try to use the latest version of the Perl module in the server to be able to use it in the harvester. Okay. What are we asking for in this development? We don't want that the staff can launch the harvesting. It will be planned in cron jobs. We need to have settings, so the URL, the set, format, Dublin Core, Mac XML or XML or other XML format. The encoding XSLT sheet to transform into a Mac XML, and record types, biblio, or authorities. We will always import the records into the default Mac framework. We need to deal with the deleted records. We need to deduplicate records while importing. We want to have one XSLT sheet from Dublicar to Mark XML. And we want to have some logs for all the process. But it's only the beginning. We know that the module will not need to be improved to be really usable. The most logical suggestion is that it is be connected with other Koha tools, like the mark transformation rules and the mark overlay rules. It will need to deal with items. Perhaps for some case we have to authenticate to be able to harvest records. It will be nice if we could choose a mark framework, a specific mark framework, and really, I'm sure that we will have other ideas when we will begin to use it. But the only question is who will fund it? So any volunteers is welcome. So right now, where do we stand? We, Koala, paid BibLibre for this feature. Programming is in progress. It began in July and should finish in September. After that, the Koala Special Interest Group members will test the development. And then BibLib will open Bugzilla cases. And let the community test it. Will the AI PMH harvester in Koha become a reality? We really hope so. But we know that it could be difficult. First, we have to change the server to be to make it able to work with the latest version of the OAI PMH server Perl module. And we hope that it will not take 10 years to have it in Koha. So we have to test the pages for the signed off, and there's the QA to be approved. So it's also up to you. So let's do it together, and we'll see. Thank you. So if you have any technical questions, Matthias is in the room.
Thank you, Sonia. You have your hands up.
It's for you, Mats. How hard is it, do you think, to fix the server side? Is that a lot of work?
So I didn't look it up really at the moment because I was like just installed the right version to make the development. But I've seen that on the Bugzilla patch, Kyle's on it. So maybe I'll catch up with him to see what's going on really. Yeah.
Anybody else? If not, I will only add that this is, of course, something that goes well with what I talked in Monday about keeping library relevant, so that we need to increase the flow of data from, in this case, perhaps between library resources, but it will also open possibilities to integrate all kinds of information resources, which has been a bit difficult, but let's hope we can go forward with that. Thank you. It's 3 o'clock, and we are very happy to have the man himself here. So, welcome, Chris.
Kia ora tātou, te tuatahi ngā mihi ki ngā iwi taketake o te rohi nei, nā rautou te mana, nā rautou te whenua, nā rautou te tino rangatiratanga mō Aki tonu. Ko au he kai hua wairi matahiko ki te ropu catalyst. I'll speak in English now, I won't continue in te reo Māori. It's quite fun to do that overseas and watch people slightly panic as they think the entire talk might be in a language they don't understand. So I'm not really going to talk about Koha until maybe the last slide here, but it's more of a generic talk, and I think with Koha, because of the flexibility and the fact that we can control what it does, we have an example, a chance to be an exemplar in respecting Indigenous data sovereignty with our software. So, and this talk follows on from Ord's talk around privacy. That was quite focused on individual rights and privacy. This is focused on group rights and privacy, so I think it follows quite nicely. Okay, so who am I? I'm Chris Cormack. I'm from Kaitahu and Kaitimamoe, the two iwi, or sometimes translated as tribes, in the South Island of New Zealand. If you ever get to New Zealand, you go to Dunedin and then you drive a bit further north. That's kind of the area I'm around from. Kind of halfway-ish, 2/3-ish of the way down the east coast of the South Island. Not too far from where Robin's from. There's a place there called Moiraki. It has these amazing boulders. That's where I'm from. I have the infamy of being one of the original Koha developers. My role now at work is not doing Koha development anymore. I don't get paid to do Koha development, so I do it in my own time. I'm in the senior leadership team at work now. My role is kaihua waire matahiko, and that role is for me to make Catalyst, where I work, a better place for Māori to work at and a better place for Māori organisations to work with. So just a small job. I was a board member of Creative Commons for a while. I was a board member of the National Digital Forum in New Zealand, and I also have another job. Well, actually I have 3 jobs, but this is another one where I work for an organisation called Te Kahui Raronga, who are an operational arm of the National Iwi Chairs, and my role there is to help build a Indigenous sovereign data network, is the plan. But starting in New Zealand, just in one country to start with. So, Te Mana Raronga is a Māori sovereignty network. I'm not going to be speaking for them. I'm not going to be speaking for my employer. I'm not going to be speaking for anyone other than myself. What I usually say is, if you like it, then I'm speaking for them. If you don't like it, then it's all my fault. So you can do it that way. And in the spirit of doing things that I'm not being allowed, have permission to do yet, I would like to formally propose that PerlKohaCon 2025 is in Wellington, New Zealand. I haven't talked to anyone about being allowed to do that, but I'll deal with the consequences with my boss when I get back to New Zealand. Okay, so I'm going to try and do 200 years of history in 7 seconds, but not quite. I'll do a brief New Zealand history lesson to set the scene for what. So what I'm going to try and do is talk about Indigenous data sovereignty, but from a Māori data sovereignty lens, because I can't speak for any other Indigenous people. I can only speak for myself. And then I'll eventually, hopefully, get to why it's relevant to libraries. And if I don't run out of time first. No, I'll get there. So, in 1835, in New Zealand, there was a direct declaration of independence signed called He Whakaputanga. It set the scene for the upcoming treaty with the British Crown, and it makes New Zealand kind of unique in terms of Indigenous populations around the world, because this was a declaration of independence that was recognised by the British Crown. So they at 1835 saw New Zealand as a sovereign country. Well, Aotearoa obviously at that point, wasn't called New Zealand. And then so in 1840, the Treaty of Waitangi, or Te Tiriti of Waitangi, was signed. So this was interesting because it was a treaty between 2 sovereign nations. Most treaties with Indigenous peoples were not between when the colonizing people did not recognize the colonized people as equal status. So this is quite unique in that. There were two versions. Almost all the Māori people signed one version that says Māori are guaranteed sovereignty and they allow governorship to the British to look after their own interests in New Zealand. But 5 people, Māori, signed the English version, which says sovereignty is ceded to the Crown. So the Crown like to use the English version because it says they have legitimacy to exist. But under international law, Māori is still sovereign in New Zealand. So that's kind of setting the scene for data sovereignty. The other piece of legislation, which Finland has voted for and voiced support for, is the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, which New Zealand took a long time to sign, actually. It only signed about 10 years ago, so it was far behind Finland in that case. But it does say that recognition to the rights of Indigenous people must be given consideration in kind of all areas of life, which leans to, as per the inherent sovereignty rights, Indigenous peoples have the right to control the data about them. So that's kind of how we're getting to Indigenous and data sovereignty. So in terms of what I'm going to be talking about, the narrow definition of data sovereignty is really just to do with the legal jurisdiction data resides in. So you could think of, nation states, the data that they hold in their legal jurisdiction. That's one. I'm talking more about not just where it's held, but how it's used, where and who it is used by. So kind of more like the GDPR kind of stuff. So there's no point writing a book unless you can quote yourself out of it. So I'm quoting myself out of a book. I don't recommend writing a book. It was one of the hardest things I've ever done, and I realise now why Māori had an oral, not written culture beforehand, because writing sucks. Māori data sovereignty, in this case, it's not just redefining how data is stored and used, but it's actually a refusal of the current practices around data usage, data collecting, and often in New Zealand, data is used against us as Māori. So we have lots of deprivation index. You'll hear horrible statistics, which are true, that Māori women are the most incarcerated Indigenous population in the world. 50% of the incarcerated or people in prison in New Zealand are of Māori descent, and we make up just over 17% of the population. So you can see it's hugely skewed. And so most of the data you hear about Māori is deprivation data or those kind of horrible statistics, and it's also used to reinforce a lot of those things as well, because if you're constantly told that 50% of the population is criminals, then you over-police that population and make it worse. So if we widen it out to more Indigenous data sovereignty to kind of make it a more international one, it's concerned, with the rights of Indigenous people to control data derived and pertaining to them and their knowledge systems, customs, or territories. And hopefully you can see how this may be starting to bleed over into some of the data that libraries collect and hold and use, and how that may need to be considered. So I'm going to define what is Māori data, and you can kind of extrapolate that out to what is Indigenous data. So the definition I'm using is Māori data refers to digital or digitizable, so when it's pre-digital, information or knowledge that is about or from Māori people, our language, culture, resources, or environment. So it's a pretty wide definition. That's pretty much all data in New Zealand probably would come under this in some way. But it's the most important thing is about or from. So if we take that to Indigenous data, it's a data from or about Indigenous communities and lands. So So pretty much the same kind of definition with the words Indigenous instead of Māori, but it means that you can see here if you with the Sami people, or in Australia with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, or in the US with many nations, and Canada with many more nations, that this lots of the things that data that you collect is probably going to have, will have a subset of it be Indigenous data. And what you do with that is up to you, but I'm hopefully going to convince you should do something good with it. So, Te Manararanga, the organisation, one of the organisations I belong to, it was set up to promote and assert data sovereignty and advance Māori aspirations, so that we wanted to basically stop the data being used against us and be able to use it for us instead, and control how it's collected, what it's used for, when it's disposed of, all the kind of things that most countries have a reasonable idea about individual data, like I said, but not a great plan what to do with groups of data. So in the last 2 ones, yeah, of like growing infrastructure and capability as well. So I'm going to quickly talk through these principles of Māori data sovereignty, and hopefully that'll explain kind of, well, you'll see where I'm going anyway. So rangatiratanga, authority; whakapapa, which is relationships; whanaungatanga, which are obligations; kotahitanga, collective benefit; manakitanga, which is reciprocity; and kaitiakitanga, which is guardianship. There's a whole PDF there, you can read it all. I'll make these slides available to everyone. I'm going to go through these kind of fast because I don't have 28 hours to go to this talk, but this is the area that I'm mostly involved in. So the first one, rangatiratanga, is around control, jurisdiction, and self-determination. So this is a photo I took. It's a juxtaposition. That's a former Prime Minister of New Zealand, and this is the Māori sovereignty flag being held up. It was in the foreshore and seabed protests, which was in 2004, which was it's the most recent land grab from the government from taking Māori land. They legislated all of the foreshore and the seabed out to be under their control, and said Māori had no right to it. So I feel like the way that data is being grabbed by governments and corporations is very similar to the way that land was grabbed by colonisation. So I like to make that parallel. So I'm interested in the control and the jurisdiction. So I'm interested in things like keeping data that's about Māori in New Zealand under New Zealand legal jurisdiction. So not using things like ALMA, where your data is stored in the US and you live in New Zealand, not using things where, like Google Analytics, where your data is stored overseas and you live in New Zealand, all those kind of things. So that's where my interest lies. But the other really useful things to think about is whakapapa, which you could translate as genealogy. In the Māori worldview, everything has genealogy. So if you look here, this is the genealogy of rocks. So rocks come from Rangi and Papa, the earth and the sky, and then they had a children, Tane, who's the forest, and basically everything is contextual and linked. And so that you can think about that as a useful way to think about data too, rather than thinking of data points as disaggregated and individual points. They're actually, everything is related to everything else. You can't have individual data. If I'm talking about my family tree, that touches so many other people's stuff, or even my circulation history might have clues about other people's stuff in as well. It's very hard to separate things away. So the other thing that we'd like to talk about is obligations, which I think most of the Koha community, and I'm sure the Perl community understand too. It's a core tenet of open source kind of thing, is that it's not a one-way street. If you're using data, there's obligations on you to look after it and to share it back, and so in an open source project, there's obligations to give a little bit back to the project and stuff as well, so, and accountability stuff. These have formulated a lot to try and talk to governments and local governments and organisations like that to try and convince them that they actually have obligations over how the data they collect is used and stored, not just to themselves or to individuals, but to the groups that it may tell stories about. Kotakitanga, that's also around building that capacity so that Indigenous data should be able to be used to build capacity for Indigenous people, not used against them. Manakitanga, I'll read this quote out because it's a nice one. It's about respect and consent. So manakitanga is an old word, but it remains a beautiful way of approaching relationships, whether they be between friends, family, clients, or business associates. Living by the principles of manakitanga means stopping to ask, whose mana am I encouraging? Mana is kind of like, not really prestige, but kind of like, it's a really hard one to translate. Kind of like, it's kind of the essence of who you are, I guess. So when you're doing anything, you can ask yourself, whose mana am I enhancing with this, and am I elevating others? Whether through words, thoughts, or actions, and in uplifting others and giving them respect and aroha, which means love, we also lift our own mana. So that's kind of a nice way to think of manakitanga. Manakitanga actually means, if you break the words, Māori's quite cool. It's similar to kind of German that you can munge words together and make another word. So this is actually 4 words. And kaitiakitanga, which this is probably where libraries come into play the most. So they're holding data that is about Indigenous people often, and it's up to them to look after that in a good way. So that's really around restrictions, around the privacy stuff, around the security stuff, how long are you keeping it, all those kind of things, and ethics and guardianship. But also the first one, like I touched on, sovereignty, where is your data being stored, is a really big one. You can't really assert proper guardianship if you've given away the sovereignty over your data. So in the US, and Canada, they have the CARE principles, which is a smaller version. I'm not going to work the way through all of these, but if you Google the CARE principles, you'll find that. And this is why, like what I was talking about, this is why having control and access to the data and knowing how it's used is good, because in New Zealand we have this thing called the Integrated Data Infrastructure. It's run by Statistics New Zealand. It gathers data from all sorts of sources. The main one is the census, but it also can get data from libraries, it can get data from police, it gets data from Ministry of Justice, all sorts of things. They wanted, this is the Ministry of Justice, wanted to use the integrated data infrastructure to basically predict future offending. You've seen the movie Minority Report with things, so that's what they kind of wanted to do. And so it would be horrible if like the books you borrowed were used as part of this integrated data structure to say that, oh, they might be going to become a criminal or something. So there's real world problems that happen when you lose control of the data. Another one is that generally across the world, Indigenous people are usually towards the lowest rung in the thing and the most easy to be further discriminated against. And so the colonisation of data is just a further ongoing colonisation effort against Indigenous people in general. I bet this wasn't the talk you were expecting, but I hope you're getting something out of it. So I'm kind of getting to the bit, I'm kind of getting to the bit that's more for libraries. So do we know where all our data is being stored? If someone asked us, if someone walked into your library and said, where is all the data that you hold being stored, could you tell them? I suspect most of us, probably most of us in the room potentially could, but a lot of libraries wouldn't be able to tell you, especially using a proprietary system. It could be anywhere. Can we get all of it out at any time? With Koha we can. With a lot of other systems you can't, We bump into that doing migrations all the time. other vendors will actually charge you more money to take your own data back out of your system. Can we identify Indigenous data? If someone from Lapland or someone come and asked, could you tell me what are the reading patterns of Sami children in such an area, could we do that? Could we do that in New Zealand with Māori data? No, because we don't collect that kind of information. So sometimes it's not just that we're collecting too much, sometimes we aren't collecting enough or we're collecting the wrong things as well. What access do we provide for Indigenous people? If they did want to know those kind of things and learn to be able to use that data to empower their own communities, is there any way for people to get that data out of our systems? And yeah, and the final one, should we even be holding it? If there may be, this is less probably for libraries, more for museums and galleries and stuff. There may be knowledge and data in those things that is not the place for those institutions to hold, and it should be returned to the people whose it's about. So, I think if we think about Koha, it does quite well on at least a couple of these. We can get the data out at any time, and we do know where most of us is stored. We may do the wrong thing. We may still use Google Analytics. We might do some other things where some libraries, if we heard earlier, have got into trouble about using Google Analytics in Finland in the wrong way. But I don't think we can do the well, we could do the identify Indigenous data too, but it would be hard. But I don't think we provide any access in a kind of a nice way. So I'd like to posit that kaupapa Māori, or the way of thinking in Māori, is always mindful of context. So we should do that with data. We should understand the context that's being collected in, the context that's being held, and we must not see things as isolated data points. That down that road becomes very dangerous. That's where you get ideas like we can build a sentencing prediction system, and you start seeing people as people, you see them as data points. We must understand the whakapapa, or the provenance of the data, where it came from, who's it about, how many people have touched it, all those kind of things. That leads into the context. We must be attentive to history. We must understand that the populations and the users we serve are not all equal, that there are differing needs and users, and people's use case for the data may be quite different depending on their background and their status. And if we do these things, it will make all data science better, not just libraries, but everything to do with data. So a good, it's quite old now, but a blog post I encourage you to recommend is the Good Data Manifesto. And it basically works through those kind of questions around why do we, we're really good usually at answering questions like, what do we do with all this data? How do we catalog it and how should we use them? What we don't often ask are, how do we, should we even collect, aggregate, catalog and use this data? And if so, how? And if what would be an ethical means of doing so? And I think circulation data is a perfect one. It's a valuable user resource for housebound borrowers, like was touched on, or people who want to know what they read, but it also can be used against them in repressive regimes. Borrowing books around LGBTQ things may get you executed or put in jail or horrible things like that. So there are things around data that we need to be considerate of. And there are some organised, I don't know any in Europe, but Te Manararonga and Te Kahuraronga are in New Zealand. There is USIDSN, which I'm sure people can make contact with in the States. There's OCAP, which are in Canada, and there's Mayam Nyari Wingara, which are in Australia. And so they're thinking about these kind of questions. And that's about it.
Comments? questions?
Thank you, Chris.
Mhm.
Did any of this come into play during the trademark lawsuit that went down in New Zealand over the Koha name?
That's a good question. So some of you may or may not be aware, but in what would have been late 2009, early 2010, or late 2010, early 2011, somewhere around there, a US company filed a trademark claim on the word koha, which is a Māori word in New Zealand. And so we had to spend, Catalyst, who I work for, and the Horowhenua Library Trust, 2 years fighting them in the court system to get that trademark invalidated. So it's a good example of like not considering things in context and seeing things as isolated points. So it's just a word. It's a Māori concept and a Māori word, and you're trying to take it away from Māori people being able to use it in their own country. So good question, Nate.
Yes, this was really eye-opening in the sense that we heard a lot of stories about repatriation of like physical cultural heritage, and I have a second cousin in Norway who has been working in order to return skulls in a museum in Oslo back to the Koha-Suomi area in northern Norway. But one could almost say that data is more important, or at least equally important as the physical artifacts. So.
Okay, thank you for this interesting presentation, and it's an important issue that you raised up here. I have a colleague in University of Lapland here in Finland, who actually, I think she might be even chairperson of Polar Libraries colloquy or something, I cannot pronounce it. And I know that she will have a poster next week in Rotterdam, so this is also to market her work. They are dealing with the same issue, this metadata of indigenous people. And of course, as you mentioned, Sami people in Finland is part of this. So thank you.
She'll have a poster, and is there like a conference in Rotterdam? Yes.
Actually, I'm lucky to join IFLA Rotterdam next week. So and I'll meet her, and I will tell about your work as well.
Thank you. Sorry. That was a mic drop.
Okay, perhaps that was then the sign to
Thank you.
come to the end. Thank you. Okay, now we have the coffee, and then we have a closing session at 4, and we continue with the last lightning talk session after that. All right, we are going to begin in a minute, so if you would like to have your seats, please. Thank you. So, we are continuing the conference. We have lightning talks after this, and of course the workshops in Thursday and Friday. And all the activities in Thursday and Friday will be in the third floor where the lecture hall 6 was. And if you haven't been there, it's just up the straight stairs and then one flight of the winding steps up. And there will be signage tomorrow morning to guide you there. And first item is talking about the future. So the conference might end at some point, but Perl and Koha will go on, and there will be a conference next year. And I invite the hosts of the next year's conference on the floor.
Thank you a lot, Esa-Pekka. Thank you, Andy. Well, it's about time to close this conference, so I hope you liked it. And I'm pretty pleased to invite you to the next one, who will be held in Montreal, Canada. So it would be my pleasure it's our pleasure to host this event also. We had some great talk. We had a separate talk outside if some people bump into us with some of the vendors and stuff like that, about should we continue to go Perl and Koha. So it's actually, we define that it will be two different conference, so but held at the same time, same place. So both will be held in Montreal. Indibro will coordinate the Koha conference, and I'm aware that Andrew will do everything he can to bring back the Perl person to Montreal also. So it's going to be very well received, I think. I think that we in both community have to win to work together. So we're going to work very hard to bring both community together again. But it's a matter of if the Perl community, but I can let Andrew discuss about that, like to be able to bring them and to join Montreal next year. And it will be in September 2024, actually. So do you want to add something, Andrew?
From your point of view, because you are representing Indibro and Montreal, and next year PerlKohaCon host, so it's the main message what I want to repeat, what you delivering to this audience, that you are all welcome to be in PerlKohaCon, which will be Koha users, usage, and Koha features oriented conference. And Perl people, it's anyway, Perl thing, Koha is a Perl thing, and now you're aware, all of those Perl people who first time met with Koha, what is Koha, and that is totally Perl thing. So Perl people also invited to Koha topic as well as Koha development. We will do an effort to see what we can do from Perl community. Will it be in Montreal maybe separate just Perl professionals track, not only Koha? Will it be combined Koha and Perl development track, again for Perl experts, but anyway it's related for Perl people. So I would really advise and ask you Perl people to track this, but moreover I'm giving a call for Perl community people that we should do an effort for this to happen. We need some of you to sign in and give other people information that they should participate. We need your content, we need Koha community support for this event if we want this to happen. So if we will do enough, I will invest my efforts to help for Eric if we with Perl community will be able to present Perl track. This conference will be able to present for us the place where we can continue our things. So that's what we might have in Montreal, much more, again, Perl-oriented subtrack inside Koha user-oriented bigger conferences. That's what I want to append, especially on your.
Yeah, so it's basically like just make it happen. So it's a question of the Perl community to do his part to join the Koha conference also. So because like we had great discussion about that earlier, and it's just a question like to finance everything. Also, it's all about money, you know. Not just about that, but it is part of. So we need to find a way to finance everything. So because I'm pretty sure that Perl developer can bring a lot also in terms of, let's say, debugging Perl remotely, for example, or profiling Perl and stuff like that. That's some part that can be very useful for the Koha community also. So maybe we're gonna focus on those kind of tracks also. So it will be very interesting also. It will be the second try, so it's not like forever, but I think it could be a great start. I'm pretty sure. So we're gonna be in Montreal. Thank you.
Okay, I will make a point of being there at least. Now I touched the screen and black. Yes, as I have been telling people, I am not a tech guy. Thank you. I try to be more careful. So we have had 3 days of talk, and there has been much technological talk, but I was very happy that we had several presentations that talked about community building, the questions and the challenges and also the successes. And they came from Pakistan to Saudi Arabia to Finland to the UK and beyond. And of course, we all know it's important to cultivate not only the programming language and not only the software project, but also the people and communities that make them happen. And of course, these gatherings also are very much about cultivating communities. So I hope, first and foremost, that you have been able to meet new people and you have had time to talk with people you already know. It seems to be that in the conferences you have time to talk with your closest colleagues most, so it's even important in that sense. Seeing people live or even in a video seems to help to lower the barriers of communication and collaborate and getting to know each other. And I mean, like, for example, Jesse and Kelly feel like old acquaintances already, although I met them first time only here. So do speak about technology, but let's remember we are people, at least for the time being. Perhaps in Montreal the ChatGPT will register itself. So, on behalf of the National Library of Finland and Koha-Suomi Ltd, I would thank all of you being very wonderful guests. Glitches do happen, and you have been cheerful enough to take it gracefully and help us to find solutions. And special thanks to speakers and workshop leaders and all who had helped Andri behind the scenes to put together a program, advertising the event, etc., etc. And thanks to Ilmarinen. Ilmarinen is in the ancient Finnish religion the god of weather, so he's been very kind with us. And I want also to thank our customer libraries who have been very understanding about the time and effort we have been putting in this conference instead of dealing with bugs. And of course, thanks to our partners who had supported us in many, many ways, but I think most importantly by being here and giving really great presentations. And then I would like to give warm thanks to the members of the organizing team. Would you like to stand up? There's Pinja Taloisela, Jussi Brunberg, Ari Alkvist, Päivi Järvinen, Petr Vaschuk, and Slava Shishkin. Teemu and Laura, don't fist bump yet. I want to give special mention to our audiovisual team, Laura Lipponen and Teemu Kokkonen, who have gone beyond everything. Okay, I guess that's what it, or was it? I will bribe you rest later, but I felt silly not to be empty-handed here with Andri, so this is a little memory from these days, and thank you.
But these hugs says more than words. So I'm touched. Thank you. We have 15 minutes until lightning talks. Then after lightning talks, we will just declare end of the day and goodbyes and go to random program what we will organize through Telegram, and you already experienced it with that. I saw even without me. So you will manage. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we'll aim it to have workshop days. Many of you will be there. We have 3 auditoriums, 3 halls reserved on 3rd floor with just by those stairs and up, and they're in one hall, all of them. We will sort out the topics. The rest will be Koha visionary and Koha usage and Koha development and Perl development topics. Today we will send up form for you to pre-register. At least we will see how much people we will have joined to which stream. And tomorrow we will sort out you across the rooms. It will be slight improvisation because we have to do this on the go. But don't hesitate, just come tomorrow. Anyway, if you are Koha developer, Perl developer, want to be Perl developer, want to be Koha developer, you are Koha user, or you want to affect how in the future Koha will develop, this is last one touched most of our respectful main players. So we expect tomorrow will, from all people from PTFS, Be Believer by Water, and as well Eric, you, and us ourselves, to be in this Koha Visionary workshop, which also will be, our idea is to talk around the round table what we will make from Koha for us in the future, how we will see our development further and to coordinate between. So just come tomorrow for that assigned time, and we will sort out you through auditoriums, audiences, but please don't remember if you will be slightly boozed today in the evening, don't remember to check your inbox and give us feedback a little which workshop you will participate. It will be in few hours in your inbox. So now I will take few minutes to give some close-up talks in general. First of all, I want to continue in this Montreal topic, which we raised behind the stage, and it was mostly and much worried about Perl community presence in this Koha community and generally communities, collaboration and diffusion and maybe uniting. Thing is, before this conference, some years ago, also before COVID, also before AI took the world, also before war started, also it was so long time ago, but we have separate Perl people living, Koha people living, and this was some kind of effort to combine all of us together, to my effort to make like visible each of you for others of you. But now we should think how we keep this impulse further in the future. We will try with Eric do our best for Montreal. But anyway, for Koha people, especially Koha developers, this is great topic concluded by Thomas, that Koha developers, you should consider taking part in Perl conferences, not Koha and Perl and Koha and Andrei conferences, but in just Perl conferences. Next year, for example, we will have America's Perl conference, Perl and Raku conference, but Perl as main topic, and this forming up Perl conference in Las Vegas in June in United States. So I myself plan, so you can stick with me anyway and with my social activity on these channels which we have. I anyway will be declaring and advertising this. I want us, Koha and Perl people, to have something like, let's see how it will become, Koha track, Koha development topic and track presented on that Perl conference in Las Vegas. So we can unite our efforts and present ourselves for Perl community once more. And Perl community anyway partially now aware about us and confident in us. But Koha developers, please consider also to prepare something for Perl community and participate. Also, we will organize more to understand how what we Koha people, Koha developers can gain from Perl community, what we need from them, what experience we need from Perl people, like this topic what was discussed, like how to debug Perl code normally in modern IDEs for Perl developers who works on Koha, but it's also applicable for all other Perl users for any kind of Perl applications. So it's mutual interest, like developing topics like this and so on. I definitely sure that there will be Perl workshop in Germany next year. Which city declared it? But it anyway will be. It's a strong Perl community, by the way, so it should be paid attention. I will also communicate with Canada Perl Mongers what they can do because they local to join that. I also will push on Ukrainian Koha and Perl initiative, but it's also general library restoration initiative. It might go behind and up over me, but I will anyway keep technology track, and this will be also related to Perl and Koha communities, where I will want to have attention, help, and experience. And generally, what I want from community, from you who participate and who want to invest some effort into future development, to help me to keep this impulse of combining, bonding these communities and make this bond, keep it through the time, because I laid part of myself, and it's literally, I mean, I definitely become like one physically part more, let's say, destroyed, I mean, overloaded, not, I will gain back that, I will try to, but anyway, I put physically part of myself for this event to happen. It's impossible to keep this impulse only by one or few persons. I need participations from both communities, and this even something very not obvious how to do that. This will be solved through the time, but also through your ideas, through your support, participation on next conferences. We will meet, we will be communicating, we will make that happen further. So I can say very big thanks for trust, because also part of this conference was some trust from many of you, because many Koha people started to afraid that this will be very developers conference and not user friendly. Some people from Perl community said, what is that? It's not Perl, it's some Koha, what is Koha? But they believed me, and I visited those workshops myself, and I explained it for audiences around the world, and people came, and I have this trust from Perl and Koha people who gathered here, and I think this trust proven now, and some way paid back for you. So this is good. Let's keep this impulse going. I love Perl, I love Koha, I love communities behind this, because it's honest and effortful people who doing something like much bigger than just work. It's passion, it's hobby combined. Moreover, it's some kind of mission. It's humanitarian mission on which we are, like we have here Honorable Ambassador of Ukraine, and as she said that, for example, this war, what happens, we are engineers and librarians, we are bringing education to this world, so that the thing, the main thing actually for which we are doing our efforts, even if we are not aware about that. So I want to thank you a lot. I was happy to organize this and do this effort. Moreover, I'm happy to see your feedback and that you are happy. This is the main my enjoyment. Yes, because it's when it's like looped, then that's the goal of this. So I don't want to close up this conference, but I need to. Yeah, it's like prolonging your verdict, but it anyway will happen. But what thing will stay, it's our memories, it's our further efforts, and Koha and Perl will stay as they are and slightly on better shape. That's what I'm sure. So before this conference, Perl and Koha was in slightly worse shape than now. I definitely see and I feel how we put some proper bricks in this buildings and this, or maybe this a bridge between something, imagine as you want. But we did that. Thank you so much, and I want especially thank for Esa-Pekka as well, because you see me as organizer and running around with Perl and Koha and schedule and those background thing, and we composed that dromedary for you with Slava together. Yes, it's dully generated image by me. We slightly improved it, but you see GPT coming over the world. But no, we're just properly using those tools, and those tools use it very well. They can make very nice content, which in good hands will be, it is as it is. So let's use this for good. And despite of this, Esa-Pekka made some kind of desperate decision to trust for me to make this way as it is will be, and it's happened this way as we dreamed of. So thank you so much, and I don't know what I should cover else.
Because I have a minute left, I just remind those who subscribe to the guided tour to the Oodi, Helsinki City Library. I will lead you there at 17:45 from the entrance lobby, or you can arrive on your own, but be there at 6 o'clock in the entrance hall of the Oodi Library. Thank you.
Okay. Can I start? Do you want to say something before?
So welcome back to day 2 of the lightning talks. It looks like we have 8 on the schedule today, plus some number of advertisers. First advertiser's already up here. Remember, if you would like to advertise while stuff is switching, come up, take a seat so you'll be ready to go. If we have technical difficulties, which of course we will never have, we have no history of that sort of thing, we can do 2 ads inside a block and try to fill the time while we be helpful. Remember, at 1 ding, that means it's your 1-minute warning. That does not mean you have to pack up and get out. You can wait for the gong. And other than that, I think we're all set, so go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So I'm Inkeri Hakulinen from National Library of Finland, and something that's been bugging me for all these years with Koha is some problems with the language options. I don't have answers, but I have many questions for you. So I hope that some of you developers will take this and do something about this. So I'm sorry, I'm not speaking Finnish to you, but I have Finnish screenshots. You're welcome. The situation now in Koha is that you can install any language you want, or many languages to Koha, and it's easy to switch between them. It's really easy, it's really nice. Thank you. At our library, we have 3 languages installed: Finnish, English, and Swedish. Thank you to our Western neighbors for that. However, your language options are limited. You can only send your patrons messages with those languages you have installed. So in our case, we have 3 possibilities. If we would like to have some other languages, we need the whole translation for Koha user interface. Okay, I know that there are really many languages to Koha out there, but anyway, it's quite a hard task if you just want to send a couple of letters to your patrons in their language. And of course, you have to keep the translation updated. And also for languages that you don't yet have, it's quite a huge task in addition to learning Koha, installing Koha, managed servers, and so on. So, could it please be possible to have more language options for the notices than just the ones you have in the user interface? It would be nice to have even some letters in more languages. For example, the welcome letter. And it would be nice if the librarians themselves could do it if they see the need. They didn't need to contact the developers or anyone who's keeping the Koha on the servers for them. So there are many possible use cases. For example, the minority languages. For example, the 3 Sami languages spoken in Finland. Also, refugees arriving into your library. It would be nice to be sending some letters to them in their own language. And I'm sure that you all can invent some other use cases for this. However, there would be some possible problems to consider. I'm sure that more than what I came up with, but anyway. So if you only translate some of the notices, but not all, what happens when Koha wants to send some letter that you haven't translated? Okay, there's the default language, you can use that, but how will you know what language to choose? For example, if we have welcome letter in Ukrainian, but we don't have any other letters in Ukrainian, will we send a Finnish letter instead, or English letter, or maybe Swedish? So it should be like that you can choose 2 languages at least for the patron for cases like this. Yeah. Thank you.
You should open a bug report, actually.
Sorry? Sorry?
He's talking.
Yeah.
So you should open a bug report about it. I forgot the most important thing during my talk this morning. If you are willing to help the documentation team for the screenshot, you should reach either me or Aude or over there, or Caroline over there, or someone else from the documentation team. Thanks.
Not ready, good. One more thing to say. This is good. Ingrid presented the best super librarian and professional librarian every Koha development team should have. I think you are Koha developers very excited how this properly business requirement made for Koha developers with languages, how we should, what we should get and how it is now. So thank you, Inkeri, especially. And that's why we have so efficiently moving with Koha. We have very well support from very professional users librarians who give us very proper bug reports and support and requirements for us Koha developers. Thank you, Inkeri.
All right, my name is Paul Derscheid. My name is Paul Derscheid, and I come from LMS Cloud, a German library support vendor. I just wanted to quickly present our solution for event management in Koha, and just a quick shout out for ourselves, basically, so that you know about it and maybe use it and maybe give us bug reports or even development. So. Basically, it adds, in the OPAC, it adds a UI for displaying events, and you can, there's like a database schema, and you can populate it with your data. And this is what the details view looks like. And if you want to add a new event, you can just go into the plugin configuration section, basically, and then there's a modal, and you can choose from templates that you can create yourself, and then the values will get pre-populated with whatever you configured for that template, basically. And you can configure which target groups you are targeting with that event and can set prices for them or fees or whatever you want to call it. And then you just have to set the event times. This is always the most boring and stupid part. And then select the status, and then you can create a new event. And this view actually updates. This is the new event. And you can also very easily delete them after you, or you can check whether they appear in the front end first. And there's a, yeah, these are images from Lorem Pixum. Sometimes they fail, but basically this is it. And you can enter your target groups. You know, it's the same thing everywhere. Locations, event types, which are these templates, and there are some settings for filtering options. And you can also filter events with the search. There you have it. And it all updates because it's a JavaScript front-end framework by Google. It's not Angular, it's lit. And you can also filter by these checkboxes and get whatever you want. Yeah, or reset everything. And what we haven't implemented yet is that you can actually book the events. This will take part later this year, hopefully. But if you are interested in using this yourself, you can always contact us. Or just get the release from the release section at our GitHub. And I would be very happy if anyone would try it or use it and give us some helpful feedback on what we can improve. Yeah, and that's basically it.
Hola. I wanted to take a minute to thank the organizers and Andri for this great conference on behalf of the Koha community and the release team. And also thank the Perl community to give us a chance to meet them. We learned a lot these days. I hope we can keep in touch in the upcoming month. And thank you all. That's it.
All right, we get one more announcement from me. Hello, my name is Salve Nielsen. I have been involved in the Oslo Perl Mongers for 22 years. I want to tell you that there is something called Perl Mongers. That's a grassroots community event, kind of local meetups where we go out for beer and or talk about technical stuff. And technical stuff could include anything that is interesting. And how about the library community? Reach out to the local Perl Mongers group to see if they want to do something together. This is a fantastic thing to do. The way to do that is you go to a website called pm.org. pm.org. There's a map there. You'll find lots of Perl Monger groups. A lot of them will be dormant. So you might have to prod them a little bit to see if they can awake from the zombie state. But with a little bit of effort and tender, loving care, I think it's possible to make something happen. Good luck with that.
Hi, I'm here to show off a little project I've been working on in my spare time lately. It's exploring museums at random with a bot. So basically, it's a Perl application that randomly posts entries from museum catalogs to a Mastodon account. And that's where you can find it if you want to have a look. There's links again at the end, so you don't have to copy it right now. So at the moment, it works with the Rijksmuseum, the National Library of the Netherlands, Te Papa Tongariro, the National Library of New Zealand, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and it used to work with the Powerhouse Museum from Australia, but 2 weeks ago they seemed to just turn their API completely off, which was not ideal. And why? Well, museums have pretty huge catalogs. Most of it's not shown, like if you go visit. And so this lets you kind of see all sorts of weird, obscure, random things. Te Papa has a lot of plant samples. The Rijksmuseum has lots of drawings. So here's a few interesting things that it's come out with. This was a photo from 1931, Hawke's Bay, New Zealand, after a major earthquake. This is from Horowhenua, near where Koha was started. Just a nice picture of a lake from, what's the 60s or so. Some cool little toys from long ago. Fashion magazines from the 1800s France. Famous paintings, although I cheated with that one because I front-loaded it because there was a Vermeer exhibition going on in the Netherlands. So some little ticky bits to it. The source, it's open source. You can go poke around. It's Perl, it's Mu, DBX class, and Mastodon client. It's all fairly straightforward. How it works is once a month, it downloads the entire catalog from the museums, chucks it into a database, and sometimes this is fast, sometimes it's slow. Every museum, like every library, is a unique snowflake in some way, and some of them have a really straightforward, simple API. Some of them have a weird, complicated API. Some require you can get updates. Some you just slurp the whole lot and see what's changed. Chucks it all into a local database, and then every 4 hours, pulls something at random from that database, fetches the data from the museum itself, pulls images, makes text, and chucks it on Mastodon. The random thing is interesting, because databases aren't good at doing random. it's very hard to say, I want a random entry from this giant table of 1.5 million rows. So I actually have a neat trick with that a friend of mine helped me come up with, where you have a column that's a floating point number at random, and you have an index on it, and you order by that. And I just quite like it, because it was a very obvious once you've seen it, but really hard to come up with a way of solving this problem. And it re-randomizes everything, otherwise you bias in favor of new stuff as you add new things in. As I said, every museum has its own special API. Sometimes it's Dublin Core, sometimes it's Elasticsearch wrapper, sometimes it's just plain JSON in some weird way. It's kind of fun, actually. Some museums claim they have an open API and don't. There's one in the UK that Science Museum Group that only lets you page 100 pages back in JSON because it seems to be like a JSON version of the website, and that only gets you like a fraction of their records, which is kind of annoying. So to solve some of these problems, I've made some Perl modules. They're all in CPAN, and they provide a easier to use interface, not standard interface because that's kind of tricky, but just an easier to use interface to the museum APIs. Currently there's 1.5 million almost records in my database, of which 1,100-ish have, 1,100,000-ish, 1,100,000-ish, third time's the charm, are eligible for publishing, means they have images and such. And so far there's been about 717, give or take 1 or 2 because of time. Now, you can help too if you want. The easy way, tell me about a museum that has an open API. The mediumly difficult way is write up a module and tell me about it. The hard way, you've got that cool museum you like that doesn't have an API, talk to them and make them make one, then write up a module for it, add support for it, and just send me a merge request. Or any of those bits. Any of those bits are fine. And here's those links again if you're interested. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to try an audience participation advert now. Who here thinks accessibility is important in software? Hands up. Great. Who here is a developer? Great. Who here is a librarian? And who here likes to give money to good causes? Fantastic. Well, the last thing isn't vital, but if you stuck your hand up for any of the other things, then you need to come to our accessibility workshop tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So if you're still around and you stuck your hand up, we'll see you there.
Hi, my name is Pase Kallinen, also known online as Paxed, and today's topic is nagging your catalogers. So what's MARC? MARC is machine-readable cataloging. Well, it was developed in late 60s, so machine-readable nowadays is a bit debatable. It's maintained by Library of Congress, and today it's known as MARC 21. It gets maybe 3-4 updates per year. MARC XML is MARC wrapped in XML very badly, and then there's a CPAN module that handles all that. What's cataloging? It's static info about the stuff that library has. So a book has a title, a publisher, whatever. And Koha, that stores the catalog information in MARC XML. And here's an example of an XML record. It's of a book called A Bag of Moonshine by Alan Gardner. As you can see, it's really good. So, libraries. If your library uses a closed source software, it's almost impossible to get the data out of it. And they don't really know how bad their data is. So, catalogers say that, yes, our data is good. It's good enough if they can find it. So, catalogers, even though they have superhuman abilities when it comes to cataloging, they are humans and do mistakes, just as we all do. So errors slowly creep in, or possibly they get their records from the catalog provider, and you never know if their data is correct. So Library of Congress does not provide a machine-readable version of the format description. They only provide a short version of the XML schema, so you can validate that the XML is valid, but nothing else. National Library of Finland has a translation of the Mark 21 format in XML format, so you can get it out of that URL. And stuff we can get out of that translation is mark field valid, what subfields are valid, what indicators are valid, if a field can be repeated or not. For some random fields, we can even get if the field data is valid. So that's interesting. Maybe we could do something about that. Maybe we can go through the database, check for errors, or maybe we can even tell the user that the record has errors when they're editing it. Or maybe we can automatically update the frameworks that are used when editing records. So here's some examples of the errors. My code shows up. And as you can see, it's a Perl script, and it returns all the errors from the database. And the last point there is we recently migrated a consortium that had 2.4 million catalog records, 624,000 something had errors in them. So 25% of their records had errors. Very good data. They've been fixing it because it's very easy now that they have a list of all the errors. But now, how do you nag at the catalogers the nag so they know they're not doing bad data anymore? So Koha itself, it has no format checking really. We can create a plugin. I'll show you later the URL where you can check that out, but Koha itself doesn't have that hook yet, so we'll have to modify the Koha source. Okay. And you can see some cons there. Unfortunately, it's not very easy to integrate into Koha. Koha itself shows the editing errors when in JavaScript, if I remember correctly. And cataloging frameworks, there's lots of frameworks. Lots of mouse clicking when you need to add new fields or change their names or whatever. So I wrote an external script that updates the frameworks automatically when the National Library of Finland updates their translation. And these are the URLs if you're interested. And the code is bad, don't use it. We use it, but it works. Thank you.
So, here's a lightning quiz. We were saying all the good things that have come from Finland, and we've got one. We had, well, the original version of SSH. We had IRC. What did we forget? Come on. What? No. The other Yarko. CPAN. There. That was my lightning quiz, and you all failed.
Doesn't work. Okay, so it's going to be a quick talk. I think half of the room can go away because you already are a speaker. For anyone else who not yet gave a speech to the PerlKohaCon, it's a couple of advices I can give because I am now a speaker. Used to be a spectator, right? So first advice, it may sound obvious, but you have to know what you're going to talk about. Also, you have to expect unwanted questions. So if there is something you want to avoid, just don't talk about it. Another good advice I can tell to future speakers, train on other things. Get involved in like your local communities, library, hacker or makerspace. If you don't know what it is, we can talk about it later. I don't know, theater, comedy groups, clubs. If you do sing, trying to join a club, train yourself to be at ease, talking to other people, like a group of people, not just casual discussion. As an example, also doing my own advertisement here. So the picture you're seeing here is a project that I built with Arduinos and LEDs. If you don't know what it is, he knows because Arduino is Italian. And so since a couple of years, I give workshops on how to teach people how to do electronic soldering and a bit of programming on Arduino. So it gave me, it helped me to raise my self-confidence to talk to other people, like in a way I teach them. Other advice, during your presentation, breathe. You have to breathe. First, it will help people to, also your audience, to breathe as well and keep listening to you. And obviously, it will help yourself to just keep living. Also, have a watch or a timer around. It really helps you to get the right timing. And obviously, I prepared but didn't activate it. Wrong example. Pay attention to your audience. Try to grab eye contacts. Check if, like, somehow people are following you. A quote from dear Master Yoda, bless him. Do or do not, there is no try. Actually, this is completely wrong. Any conference you do is a trial for the next one. It's a training for the next one. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. Life is a trial. And even if you do mistakes, like everyone does, it's okay. We're friendly people, right? And forgiving. Also, many thanks to Alex Buckley. He did a great presentation about tips for trainers. So I really advise you to watch it if you were not there. And last advice, which is also an invitation. We're doing a Hackfest in Marseille once every year at the end of March, usually. And it's a very good opportunity for you to get in touch with the Koha community, which you already did being here. But also if you want to train your, or test your speaking, teaching maybe, skills with smaller audience, more intimate, not like big room, cameras and everything. So it's a very good place to go, and I definitely invite you to come there. Thank you.
Well, there are a lot more lightning advertisers, so get me again, just to add to that. And don't be stressed about doing it in a foreign language. I've done it. If I can do it, so can you.
Carry on German.
Really? No more advertisers? Setting up? Come on, come on, come on. Who's hiring?
Work? Hello, my name's Julian. I'm a Perl developer, and I usually talk about training people. Today I'd like to do something that I have to do at work a lot, but it often takes a long time. I think a lot of you have written some code when you've been working with Koha, and what we often forget at these conferences is that there are people who are beginners. So I'd like to talk about cpan and how to use it as a user. So when I train new people at work, so I hire developers, or I hire people and turn them into developers, it usually takes about half a year for them to realize there's actual documentation for the modules they use, because you work in a massive product, it has like hundreds of thousands of lines of code, there are all of these files, and I think the Koha code base is probably similar. You go into this tiny piece that you care about and you make changes, and there's all the code already there, and most of it is proprietary, so you just read your own code, and that's fine, but then you encounter a standard module or something else that has come from somewhere else, which is the cpan, and you simply don't know where to find its documentation. So let me tell you, there's a place called metacpan.org, which is the web front end for all of cpan, the comprehensive Perl archive network, which is, I'm not speaking. Oh, there's no slides. I'm sorry, I mirrored it, it didn't work. Let's put it here, and then I can't see it anymore. Let me just change it to mirroring. See, live demos always fail. Here we go. Mirror doesn't work. What resolution does this thing have? That's annoying. That way. Okay, that's gonna be really hard for me. I'm gonna just be Bob Dylan and turn around and not face you, because I don't like you very much. Right. So this place is called metacpan.org, which is the comprehensive Perl archive network, and now I can't see what I'm doing. That's annoying. This makes this much harder. So let's say you read your code and you encounter something that is not part of your code base, such as date time. I search for date time in here, and I find this date time module, and there is its documentation. It usually starts with a synopsis. There's a lot of table of contents in here, and then you can read everything, and it's quite useful, but sometimes stuff isn't documented. So you could, for example, look for its tests. So you would go to Browse in here on the left, make that a bit bigger. Ooh, and then we can click on the disk, find the T directory, and then there are all the tests, and those tell you how stuff works. For example, setting date values. There's lots of code. It's all just code. It's really just as easy to read as the other code that you're using for work. Now I'm going to go back. If that doesn't help, how about we want to know how it works? We can just go and read its source code. So there's all of the source code, and you'll find actually cpan modules at just Perl. So they're the same kind of code as the code that you're writing yourself. You don't have to be scared of it. You can learn lots of stuff from this. And it's all just that, it's all open source, and open also means you can read it. So yeah, you just need to click that one link, and you get all of the source, which is great. And you can follow them. While I was just looking for examples, I found this, which I think one of the previous speakers just mentioned. It's got a little, well, first of all, I noticed this name up here, the person who released it, is in fact not a person. It seems to be a place, the National Library of Finland. Who could this be? But what I noticed here is there is something slightly broken, so you can actually go and fix this, because contributing is really easy. And I'm not going to do all of showing you how to do that because I don't have enough time. But one of these links here takes you to the repository, usually the issues link. And then you end up here, and you can just go and change it on GitHub and send the pull request. One more thing I want to point out is I was talking to one of the Koha core developers earlier, yesterday I believe, and they dropped the name of someone working on DBIX class, I believe it was. And the response I got was like, oh, really, you know that person? Yeah, there are actually quite a lot of us here who do a lot of cpan stuff, and even one or two people who contribute to the parkour, and we are just people. We're not like, oh, wow, these are really important people. We're not. We're just regular guys, and Gladly some women, not many, sadly, but some. We're just regular people. You can just come and talk to us. We're very approachable, we're very nice. It's not like super special. We're just doing the stuff that we enjoy doing, and so could you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex Buckley from Catalyst. Thank you so much, Arthur, for the shout out earlier, really great tips. I just wanted to do a heads up and a call to action. In January, Catalyst is hosting the Open Source Academy, where we bring in a bunch of high school students that are interested in technology. We train them up on different technologies for 1 week, and in the second week they contribute to an open source project. The Koha team is going to be teaching students about contributing to Koha, and we would love to have, again, the fabulous support we've had in the past from the Koha community, and would also love to see some Perl community people get involved testing patches and contributing and giving feedback. So it'd be great to see you there. Thank you.
Okay, hello. I'm Choroba, I'm from Prague, and I wanted to present to you the pull request club. So, how does it work? You register at pullrequest.club. You get assigned a GitHub repository which usually corresponds to a CPAN module, but it works for other languages than Perl as well, so it might be something completely different. And you submit a pull request during a month, and next month you get another assignment, and so on. Why should one do it? So you are helping the community to get the code better, which is like a benefit for everyone. But there are some advantages for you as well, because you're helping yourself making friends in the community and helping yourself getting familiar with modules you didn't know before. The Pull Request Club is organized by Kivan. I hope I pronounce the name correctly. Here is his KYZN is his CPAN handle. Thank him. And now I just wanted to show you how it usually works for me. So here is my assignment from July this year. I got Calendar Simple as the assigned repository. So what I usually start with, I check the issues of the repository or in the bug tracker. And there were two open issues. One of them stated that resources metadata doesn't work, and the second one said CPAN Digger doesn't think we have a CI workflow. So I tried to concentrate on the first one, and I discovered that on CPAN, meta.json file missed the following lines, which most other distributions where this thing works have. And that was strange because the information was contained in the build.pl file, and when I tried to run it locally, the created meta file had this information. So I wrote to the maintainer of the module, which was Dave Cross, and I let him know that it works for me. He just tried to rerun, and it worked for him as well. So he created a new version, and everything worked. But there was no pull request, so it was not the end of the story for me, and I had to find something else. So I started reading the documentation of the module and discovered that there is a pcal command, which probably stands for Perl Calendar, and it should be similar to the cal command you probably know from Linux or Unix, and I cannot read it correctly, probably you can read it better than me, but it mentions that week starts on Monday by default, which sounded kind of strange to me. I'm from Europe, but I usually use the US locals on my machine, so I tried, and really, the week starts with Sunday and not Monday. So I read the documentation of Cal, ran some experiments, and yeah, in fact, the behavior depends on the setting of LC time. So I added an option for the command to specify whether you want your week to start on or Sunday or Monday. The library itself already supported it, it just was not supported by the command. So that was the pull request. Let's take another example. If there is not enough time, you'll have to finish it for yourself. So in August, which is this month, at the beginning of this month, I got app Perl imports, which is kind of a larger project than the Calendar Simple. And when trying to install it, I got an error in the tests, which is another thing that is usually good to look into. But it was kind of cryptic because, as you can see, it says that in test helper there is not a blessed reference somewhere. I found one of CPAN testers had a similar problem, so I started to dig into it, and I found out that the problem is with the doc arrow includes, so there probably were no includes at all. So I tried to find out how this document, which should have these includes, is created. I discovered that it has a builder. It uses Moo or Moose, I don't remember. And the build includes has this long sub inside. But for us, the important part is the last 3 or 5 lines or something like that. I tried to debug each line here, and the problem was with the sandbox. There is eval package, and what it does, it just creates this short string where it creates a package and then evals the created string. You can see that there is a $@ somewhere there, so I tried to view that. I got an error that was hidden from the test run, and this in fact led to the actual solution of the problem, because I found out that in the test itself, the minimal version of LWP user agent was 5.0, but the code itself of the test required 6.49, which I didn't have installed. I had an earlier version. So I lowered the expected version to fit into the test requirements, and that was my pull request for this month. Once I get access to SSH, these slides will be available at this URL. Thank you.
Meanwhile, we're switching small information from me and some gifts for some Kohas for some teams. We, Ukrainian team, brought some mugs for me, but it's just a few. I can assign them for persons, so I decided to give them for teams. I want especially to thank for Bywater Solutions, for PTFS, and for BibLibr, because part of this conference content made because these companies assigned their developers to come to this conference, even forcibly. Maybe they pushing money in their hands and you should go to this conference, here is the money, go, or maybe it was another way, but it's some kind of, it's not some kind of, it's really sponsorship by content for our conferences. So one of these marks goes to PTFS team, and one of those marks goes to Bywater and for BibLibr. So please, I will give this for your bosses and then you will decide. Occasionally, one more going to Argentina silently, but for Canada, I will bring myself more.
Right, so yeah, here we go. Oh, sorry.
This is going to be the last lightning talk, so if you had an advertisement you wanted to do, you get one more chance when he finishes.
And this is me being brave because it's got a live demo and it's lightning talk and I've already made a speaker move. All comments are equal, but some comments are more equal than others. It's me, it's about a bug, a trap in MySQL, let me say. So, what does this code do? We've got select call selector array. We've put in 3 placeholders as undef, undef, undef. Oh, sorry, pass them in. We've got 3 in there, but it's commented. I shall tell you that fails, because otherwise I might run out of time. What happens if I change the comment from dash dash to hash? What does that do? It's got 3 bind variables passed. It still seems to, but one of them is commented out. I definitely the mouse. Right, that one is 3 hash. Oh, weird. It works. What happens if, like, one of our diligent programmers, you see this crazy looking thing and you delete that line? Boom, like that. Let me put that at the top of the screen. We have deleted the line. That's all we have done. So there was 3 with a hash, and there's now 3 clean. What happens if we run that? Boom! Boom twice, because we've got raise error. So we deleted some commented out code in the SQL, and it fails. The correct version, of course, is that, where you have 2 undefs passed here as bind variables. In the real world, you'd be obviously using something else, which I can promise you, if I'm being really silly, I'm going to take 3 clean and diff it to that, because Jeff hasn't even dinged me yet. Told you I was nuts. I think it's that one. Yeah, we've removed 1 bind variable, that's all. Let me put that at the top. All we did was that. What do I call that? 2 clean. 2 bind variables cleaned up. It works again. The correct version is that. What was the next slide? Oh yes, it's a trap. This only applies to hash comments, it's not to dash dash comments, and it's not to C-style multi-line comments. And that is it.
And that brings us to the end of the lightning talks, but first I have an advertisement, well actually 2. One, I'm here for 2 more days and I will be doing touristing, so I'm going to be here in the building in the morning, and hopefully others of you who want to tourist in the afternoon can find me and we can do something. And the other thing is, it was mentioned earlier, for those of you who think that April is too early to go to a Perl conference in Germany, and September is too late to wait for one in Canada, we do have one. It will be in June, the week of the 24th in Las Vegas. It is a Perl and Raku conference now, the thing formerly known as Perl 6. But if several of you were to come and submit talks, I can guarantee you we can have at least a half-day track dedicated to Koha. I'm on the committee that accepts talks. I'm sure we can work something out. And the other thing I'd like to say as we finish up and before he comes back to take care of the end, you have now seen the lightning talks. If this was your first experience with them, remember the first hit is free. We would encourage you to do a lightning talk, because today's lightning talk speaker could be tomorrow's keynote speaker. Yes, as was mentioned earlier, it is in the big room, but it's only 5 minutes, so the pressure is low. It's a good place to start. Start putting your talk together now.
Which one? This one. Put it back. But it's a normal, that old good image. So. That's it actually. So we made the 3 main days of conference now. Next 2 days of workshops, please consider getting some messages in your inbox, and I also will post in Telegram group, and I'm glad we have 70 something people there, so it's pretty, most of us there. About workshops, we will decide
through the night how it will be organized. You just come tomorrow. Even part of you think that they not belong to workshop, you will be grabbed by Geoffrey to tourist attractions, right? So, but anyway, we calling it a day, calling it 3 days, and calling it a conference as it probably should be. Thank you for coming, and see you tomorrow, and then next month, year, whatever events we will have together. Thank you so much.